Chapter 904. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care about the swordsman's curiosity and only focused on communicating with Snot. Snot bro, don't be so stingy. Show me the function of your treasure, especially if someone sends a message out. Snot sighed. Don't call me senior bro. You're my senior bro. You order me around like a dog. Not only do I have to carry your boat, but I also have to help you find spies. I'll tell you how to use it. In terms of the flying boat's function, if my Qingwei immortal sect says we're second, no one would dare to say they're first. Especially your Xiaoyaro travel team. After hundreds of thousands of years, you've been free and unfettered, but your ability hasn't improved at all. Lu Xiaoyi said meaningfully, being free and unfettered is also a kind of gain. Do you dare to say that compared to being free and unfettered, your Qingwei immortal sect's gains are more important? Snot bro said disdainfully, you're talking about the ancient cultivation era. Now the cultivation world is so complicated. Is it the same thing? If you really want to be free and unfettered, why do you want to borrow my airboat? That's right. That's right. Lu Xiaoyi never admitted defeat. This shows that you, Snot bro, don't understand the true meaning of being free and unfettered. Doing whatever you want is also a kind of freedom. If I want to do it, I'll do it. This is my freedom. If you want to do it, can you do it? Do you dare to do it? While the two were bickering, the flying boat moved as fast as lightning, carrying a group of unknown swordsmen. By now, everyone had realized that something was wrong. This definitely wasn't a relaxing trip because the atmosphere wasn't right. Although their boss refused to tell them the truth, the cultivators had a premonition in their heart. So far, only one person has sent a message out of the boat. Not bad, only 1 in 100 people. This is already very rare in a sect. He's stronger than your Xiaoyaro travel team. Your Xiaoyaro travel team is a big sieve. Of course, our Qingwei immortal sect isn't that strong either. Why don't you expose him now? Lu Xiaoyi looked ahead. I'll tell them our destination when we're halfway there. At that time, I'm afraid that there will be more secret messengers like this. We can't act rashly and alert them. Slug was very interested. How do you plan to deal with them? Was it to be exposed in public? Or was it done in secret? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but you don't have much of a foundation at the shadow shaking stage. That's why you shouldn't tolerate and nurture a traitor. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He knew what the slug meant. The large upper sect could tolerate these kinds of people because they were too large in size, and the core of their power was the power of the upper echelons. Thus, they could ignore some small bugs at the level of Jindan, and they would never be able to cleanse them. However, the shadow-shaking realm was different. Mixing dirt was the common practice of the upper sect. They had hundreds of thousands of years of history, and under their deep cultivation, no one knew where their hidden strength was. Their roots were intertwined, and they involved a lot of people. Therefore, even though Buddhism and the sword range had nothing to do with each other, it was not difficult for them to secretly support, nurture, and control a sword cultivator. When he had told Che Xie and the others that if they wanted to find a friend, they had to be quick, it was actually to prevent the Buddhist sect from infiltrating. They had to use time to reduce the Buddhist sect's huge influence. Even so, there were still Buddhist spies among the swordsmen he recruited. In theory, only the swordsmen who participated in the chessboard of heaven and earth with him were the most reliable, because almost everyone who went there had no regard for life or death. However, there could also be Buddhist spies among this group of people. The chessboard of heaven and earth had also been notified in advance. If the Buddhist sect wanted to meddle, they would have enough time to do so. There wouldn't be too many people like this, at most 1 or 2. Because if there were too many people, should you kill them or not during the confrontation with the monks in the chessboard of heaven and earth? Kill, meddle in the sand for nothing. If you don't kill them, you can only let your monks admit defeat. He had to find this hidden danger, because to the current shaking shadow sect, they could not afford to fail once. If the news was leaked and they were surrounded, it would be a huge disaster. Thus, the reason why he did not reveal his destination was to make the swordsmen anxious and suspicious. Only under such circumstances would they make an irrational choice. He had only exposed one, and that was definitely not all. Eradicating this malignant tumor is not a good choice, because that would mean that the Buddhist sect would choose to nurture another malignant tumor. Compared to the vast resources of the Buddhist sect, the Shaking Shadow sect is nothing. The Sword Heart cannot replace everything. There will always be an extremely small number of people who cannot resist the temptation. On this point, even the upper sect cannot do it, let alone the side sect. With regards to the spies of other sects, the cultivation world, after accumulating a long period of experience, finally chose to tolerate and nurture the spies without prior consultation. This kind of method would at least allow them to accurately capture the traces of these spies, so that they would not be out of their control. They would also be able to use them to spread false information at crucial moments. Completely uprooting them was neither realistic nor smart, because you would have no choice but to focus all your energy on defending against the other party's endless attempts to rope them in. It would be very tiring, and the results would not be good. However, the upper sect did this because they had enough high-level cultivators to control the entire situation. What are you going to do? The Shaking Shadow sect only has Taoist Master Mao, and I don't think he has the ability to do this. Lu Xiaoyi knew what he meant. A good method was not something that anyone could use. The upper sect's large powers had this kind of foundation, but he did not. Thus, tolerating and nurturing spies was the same as nurturing spies for the current Shaking Shadow sect. He sighed. Let's give it a try. If we act openly now, it will be a psychological blow to these swordsmen. They will begin to doubt their companions around them, and this will negatively affect their future. The new Shaking Shadow sect has only been formed for a few decades, and they don't have any traditions to speak of, much less beliefs. If I kill them now as a warning, the disadvantages will far outweigh the benefit. This was a very real problem, but Lu Xiaoyi still had a backup plan, so he was not particularly worried. If in the future, Yuanying began to appear among these swordsmen, that would be the time to completely resolve this problem. When the flying boat was halfway through its journey, Lu Xiaoyi announced their destination to the swordsman. I know that everyone likes to travel, and it's already very stifling to live on a continent for a few decades. So this time, let's go and play to our heart's content. Don't all of you like to gamble on donkeys? Alright, let's go to Upper Forest Valley to gamble on donkeys. Lu Xiaoyi's explanation was not out of the swordsman's expectations. Almost everyone had guessed where they were going, but only when he actually said it out loud could they let their thoughts run wild. Feisha guessed, this definitely isn't purely for donkey gambling. It might just be a pretense, and the real goal is none other than the 7 small continents around Upper Forest. Show off your strength and find the culprit. However, isn't this a little too conspicuous? I think it's better to investigate thoroughly before striking like a thunderbolt. Chapter 905. After flying for 2 months, the Cloud Sea flying ship began to approach the Upper Forest Valley. Most of the swordsmen on the ship were familiar with the Cloud Sea sky region. Swordsmen, after all, were unruly by nature. How could they not gamble when they wandered the world? When they arrived, it was the annual season of the Upper Forest Valley's donkey gambling season. Every small continent had its own foundation. Most of them relied on resources, some relied on business, some relied on thighs, and some relied on killing and plundering. Everyone had their own way of survival. The 7 small continents around the Upper Forest Valley relied on gambling. Thus, it became the most famous gambling den in the upper realm of Zhuxian. Gambling, there was no time limit. In the Upper Forest 7 continents, there were countless gambling venues and gambling methods. Just like the gambling houses in the mortal world, there would always be one that was suitable for you and you would be willing to bet on it. However, these gambling methods could also be used in other small continents. The reason why this place was so prosperous was because most of the gamblers in Zhuxian gathered there. The gambling was bigger and more exciting. The reason why this place had such a high status in the gambling forest was because there was a method that other small continents could not do. Donkey gambling. The flying donkey was a strange creature from the Upper Forest 7 continents. It had many characteristics, such as the ability to fly. It had a strange temper and was a creature that was between a spiritual beast and a mortal beast. Because it had spiritual vigor in its body, it could fly when it reached adulthood. However, Its spiritual intelligence was very low and it could never learn to grow, let alone be tamed by humans. Therefore, it was very awkward. Mortals could not control it and cultivators did not care about such a stupid thing. However, the cultivators of the upper forest 7 continents found a way to become rich. They used it to race donkeys. The method was very simple. They would hang a papaya that the donkey loved to eat in front of its head. In order to eat it, the donkey would run with all its might. It would run until it died of exhaustion. The papaya was the donkey's greatest pursuit in its life. Because it was rare, it would go crazy when it saw it and would not care about anything else. It would no longer have a trace of spiritual intelligence. Moreover, due to its large size and special physique, it no longer accepted any spiritual opportunity into its body after it reached adulthood. Therefore, even cultivators couldn't stimulate it through other methods. To put it simply, as long as this thing ran for the papaya, unless it ate it, even immortals couldn't stop it. Either you eat it or you run to your death. It was precisely because of the donkey's stubbornness and inability to be manipulated that they became the best gambling tools. As long as you hung a papaya in front of your head, even the King of Heaven wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Upper Forest Valley was the best place to compete. Because it was located between the 7 small continents, it was affected by the atmosphere of each continent, and the sea of clouds here was especially thin. Every year in October, it would be sunny and cloudless, and visibility would be excellent. It was the best season for donkey racing. Among the 3,000 unorthodox groups, most of them were interested in this Tao. They gathered here, regardless of age, status, or rank. The stakes were huge, and winning a grand slam to win all the resources needed to form a nascent soul was nothing new at all. This was the only one of its kind, so everyone was scrambling for it. Their arrival was in October, but it was not a coincidence. It was deliberate. Lu Xiaoyi summoned Che Xie, Tseng Rong, and the other leaders. He instructed them, "Senior brother Snot and I will go down and play a few rounds. You guys stay in the boat and don't go anywhere. Wait for my orders." Che Xie and the others had already guessed the boss's intentions. This was not a small matter of killing the guards, nor was it a brainless act of attacking the 7 little Lus. This was the rhythm of destroying Upper Forest Valley, the rhythm of this gambling event that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. They were all very excited, so they didn't care that Lu Xiaoyi didn't allow them to go out temporarily. They had endured for a few years, so why would they be afraid of a few short moments? Lu Xiaoyi and Snot got off the boat and flew in the direction of Upper Forest Valley. Behind them, the huge flying boat was hidden in the sea of clouds. The Qingwei Immortal Sect logo on it had long disappeared, and it had been replaced by an unfamiliar road sign. "How much do you hate the human sect? I only asked you to hide the logo to avoid trouble, but I didn't ask you to frame me," Lu Xiaoyi complained. Snot laughed. "You've used me so many times, and you don't allow me to form a gang with you. How can I use Qingwei's flying boat for free?" Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This guy was right. In Taoism, one had to pick a side. Since he had chosen to be close to the Qingwei Immortal Sect, he had also decided to stay away from the human sect. It was impossible to have the best of both worlds. He was here to cause trouble. It was understandable that the other party had sent them all the way here with their own intentions. At their level, how could they be pure? Leaving the sword cultivators on the flying boat was a necessary choice. Firstly, he needed to find a reason that he could justify his actions. This was the truth of cultivation in the cultivation world. Everyone knew that the things that were used to cover their faces were fake, but you still had to do it. It was just like going to a casino in the mortal world. You always had to find a reason to ruin the place, such as mixing the dice with mercury, or the banker cheating, etc. Secondly, the other possible spy hadn't shown up yet. He didn't think that there was only one spy among the hundreds of people. There must be more. However, the remaining spy seemed to be very patient and didn't send out any information. Considering the psychological pressure he might cause to the spy, he left the airship with the slug and gave them some space to indulge themselves. The flying boat was very mysterious. It was set up with a hidden perception array. It was the work of a perfected cultivator, and it was not something that a small Jindan could discover. Brother Snot, have you been here before? Have you tried donkey gambling? Snot snorted. I've been to all the famous places in the heavenly cycle of cycle. When I first became Jindan, I was young and energetic. I wandered around and was also a frequent visitor to Xianglin Valley. However, I haven't set foot there for nearly 100 years. Once a person passes that stage, they no longer have any hobbies or interests. Why, is this your first time here? This is not the style of a wandering swordsman like you. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I've been practicing the sword wholeheartedly and have no time to care about other things. Cultivation is very boring. Gambling has nothing to do with me. I'm not fated with beautiful women. I've lived my life in vain. Snot was disdainful. I've treated you as a friend, but you're lying so easily. You're not fated with beautiful women? You're so simple. How did you manage to deceive the most outstanding female cultivator in Huangting Taoism? Is that something that an honest person can do? Lu Xiaoyi's face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. Nonsense. Brother Snot, how can you take my groundless accusations seriously? But this matter has nothing to do with being simple or not, right? Maybe she likes honest people like me, who can't do anything with 3 kicks. Snot snorted. There are many honest, old-fashioned, serious, and upright people in Huangting Taoism. Why haven't I seen anyone succeed? How can an honest person like you succeed? There's a kind of cunning called honesty, and there's a kind of simplicity called shamelessness. Isn't that right? Chapter 906. The two of them had not even flown for half an hour when the sea of clouds in front of them completely disappeared. What appeared before their eyes was a clear sky with no clouds in sight, and their field of vision was extremely wide. From afar, a path in the sky appeared before their eyes. However, it was different from the paths in the mortal world, because there was no road surface. There was only a cable on both sides of the path, outlining the shape of the path. The cable should be a cultivator's tool, and it was able to restrict the direction of the donkeys. The entire path was an incomparably huge oval, with a length of 100 li and a width of 50 li. The path itself was also 100 zhong wide, and it could accommodate dozens of donkeys running at the same time. When the two of them arrived, a donkey race was coming to an end. Dozens of donkeys several zhong long and several zhong tall were running along the path, and the gap between them had already widened. Amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of cultivators, each and every one of them ran until their eyes were bulging and their muscles were tangled up. They were panting heavily, all for the sake of the papaya melon that they would never be able to bite. This was truly a unique and good competition ground. Because the sky was clear, the cultivators could see the entire race with a single glance. Because the spectators were all cultivators, there was no need for a spectator stand. Everyone flew freely in the air. Not far from the oval track, there was a tall 3-story pavilion. That was also the place where cultivators placed their bets. There were over 100 cultivators serving the gamblers on the pavilion. Lu Xiaoyi noticed that most of the cultivators were actually foundation establishment cultivators. Because this place was not part of the void, and because they were in the special space of Upper Forest Valley, there was no need to worry about the dangers of passing through the sea of clouds. This was a place for foundation establishment cultivators to revel in. Even though their cultivation levels were low, their hearts for gambling were not inferior to their golden core seniors in the slightest. There were dreams here, and there was a feast of resources. As long as you could win once, you could harvest the spirit stones of tens of thousands of cultivators. This was a huge amount of wealth, and even a cultivator's state of mind could not resist such a temptation. Not everyone was Lu Xiaoyi. Orthodoxes did not have high requirements for resources, and they were born into great powers. Their spies were also from great powers, and now, they were even the rulers of a continent. For those unorthodox cultivators who came from unorthodox sects and had no backing, this was a shortcut for them to reach the heavens in a single bound. For a cultivator to be so passionate about gambling, this is a bit inconceivable, but this is the helplessness of the cultivation world. However, there is one good thing about gambling: very few people are addicted to it. In this regard, The self-control of cultivators is much stronger than that of mortals. After the competition ended, a few people were happy and many people were sad. After a short period of disappointment, the cultivators began to look at the next competition in a few hours until their pockets were empty and they could no longer continue. It's chaotic, but it's also very exciting. The atmosphere is pretty good. Even I want to gamble once. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Slug looked at him speechlessly. You're clearly here to kill people, okay? He was just looking for an excuse to kill someone. He was just an evil guest who was hated by everyone here. In Upper Forest Valley, because it was not a closed area, the flow of people was too dense and the space was accessible in all directions. Therefore, there was no problem of people receiving guests. They could come and go as they pleased without anyone controlling them. This was also the reason why Slug wanted to remind this guy. If you want to make a move here and warn those who listen to the orders of the Buddhist sects, you must know the strength of the defense here and the number of Jindan people. Because it does not belong to the domain, according to Juzian's rules, this is not a matter of the domain. Nascent soul cultivators cannot interfere. On this point, you chose Upper Forest Valley and not the 7 small continents. The general direction is right. Don't look at the cultivators in charge of betting on the balcony. They are basically foundation establishment cultivators. They are just small fries who do chores and are not part of their strength. Look at those dressed in black with the 7 stars embroidered on their chests. They are the main force in charge of maintaining order in the Upper Forest race. There are about 500 of them, but that's just on the surface. There are also about 100 hidden guards in ordinary clothes mixed in with the gamblers. They are basically the main defensive force of the Upper Forest racetrack. There were over 10,000 cultivators in Upper Forest Valley, but less than 20% of the Jindan people were there. There were only about 2,000 of them, and they came from all over the world. They didn't know each other and didn't belong to any organization. In order to maintain order like this, 250 Jindan people were more than enough. It could even be said that it was quite extravagant. Although there were many gamblers, without an organization, they couldn't work together. Lu Xiaoyi asked, what percentage of the 7 continents in Upper Forest are these 200 Jindan people? Slug said, about 20 to 30%. This is what I want to tell you. You have to end the battle quickly. Upper Forest Valley is surrounded by the 7 continents. The distance is very close, so reinforcements will come very quickly. If you drag it out for too long, you will be easily surrounded and won't be able to escape. Let me say this first, there's no way my flying boat can charge in to save people. It's too big of a target. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Who needs you to save people? You can just be a spectator. If the situation is good, you can watch the show from the side and cheer for them. If the situation is bad, you can just go. This is what I want to tell you. Back then, I only wanted to borrow your flying boat and not your person, but you just had to come along. If Qingwei gets involved, it won't be easy to control. It's not good for the overall situation, it's not good for you, and it's also not good for my shadow-shaking realm. So don't think about saving people. The Jindan heavenly Tao that can threaten me hasn't been born yet. This dispute must be positioned as a gamble between little Lu and himself. This is the principle. Slug nodded. Although there were more than 200 guards here, they were all Jindan from little Lu's unorthodox sect, so their strength was a little weaker to begin with. With the sword vein and the addition of a big bug like One Ear, there wouldn't be any problems. The only question was how quickly they could resolve the situation. If they acted quickly, they would have a chance to calmly board the boat and leave. Causing trouble in Upper Forest Valley was to teach these fence-sitters a lesson so that other factions would not dare to easily provoke the shadow-shaking sword vein. This would give the swordsman a relatively normal environment. This was the right thing to do. This was the reason why he was willing to send them on their way. The key was to grasp the scale. The so-called Little Lu, due to his own strength, position, and other reasons, did not completely follow the so-called cultivation rules of Juzian. This was also a consistent characteristic of small factions. It was not unprecedented that they would go to great lengths to cultivate when they were in a hurry. Although they would be punished afterwards, they would still have to suffer during the battle. Therefore, The right way to go was to fight and leave. There was also a bottom line for provocation. In the face of the secret communication between Lin Chilu and Buddhism, as a Daoist faction, he was also very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. On this point, he was very envious of One Ear's autonomy. He could fight and kill as he wished. Was this the so-called true meaning of freedom that he spoke of? The Cloud Sea flying boat could prevent Jin Dan from spreading news outside, but it could not prevent him from sending news himself. As early as the beginning of the journey, he had already sent a message back to the sect. It had already been 2 months. If the sect wanted to respond, they would definitely have made preparations in advance. If they just wanted to see a joke, although he had not known One Ear for long, he understood that he was a lawless guy who did not mind causing trouble. He only hoped that there would not be any uncontrollable trouble. Chapter 907. Place a bet. Lu Xiaoyi's interest was piqued. Slug's mouth twitched. When it came to betting on donkey racing, he was a veteran. Although he hadn't done it for 100 years, his experience was incomparably rich. Back in the upper forest valley, he was one of the famous gamblers. He had made a lot of bets, and it was unknown how much better he was than this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't even know what the rules are, and you want to make a bet to earn money? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Don't I still have you? Come, tell me. Slug had no choice but to give this layman some general knowledge about donkey racing. When it comes to donkey racing, there are actually 2 most important points. First, you have to choose a donkey that is strong enough. After all, if everyone's desire for the papaya is at the same level, the final winner will definitely be the strongest donkey. This is because they have to run a full 10 laps on this track. This was not a simple matter. Even if a Jindan stage cultivator could judge the muscles, bones, blood vessels, and tendons of a donkey through his divine sense, the organizer would definitely choose a dozen donkeys that were closest to each other in terms of strength to compete with each other. After they were carefully selected, the gambler's judgment space was actually very limited. They could only rely on their own judgment. In this aspect, body meridians are the best, and other orthodoxies are slightly inferior. Thus, there is a saying in donkey racing, if you don't know which donkey to choose, just follow the body cultivators and choose. Lu Xiaoyi doubtfully asked, is there really no possibility of tampering with the donkeys? Slug explained, no. This creature is the stupidest, most stubborn, and most unreasonable spirit beast I have ever seen. Any kind of control is not worth mentioning in front of their desire for the papaya, and this is in terms of their mental state. In terms of their physical state, donkey racing has been going on for tens of thousands of years, and cultivators have a deep understanding of it. With their divine sense, there is nothing that can be hidden from tens of thousands of eyes. Furthermore, it is completely unnecessary. The organizers can earn a huge amount of spirit stones from donkey racing, so why would they be willing to take the risk of controlling it? Once it's discovered, our reputation will be damaged and our customers will decrease. The loss is much greater than the loss of a single competition. So, you don't have to worry about this problem at all. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That's true. I was being too paranoid. As long as a place like a casino can gather popularity, there's no need to cheat. It's a business that's guaranteed to be profitable. Slug snorted. At least this guy wasn't stupid. The second point is the betting rules. 12 donkeys in a round, this was a small round. 36 hunchbacks, this was a big round, the odds were different. There were 2 rounds a day, one big and one small. For example, the round that just ended was a big round, then the next round would be a small round, the odds were much lower. There were many ways to place bets, including single bets and combination bets. Single bets were to bet on which side would be the first or which side would be the last. There were many combinations of bets, such as the top 3. Wei-san. Top 5. Wei-wu. Wait a minute, the more combinations there were, the higher the odds. The possibility of guessing correctly was small. Among them, the one with the highest odds was 12 consecutive bet. That is to say, it's almost impossible for you to guess the ranking of all the hunchbacks. In any case, I haven't heard of it in 10,000 years. It's just a gimmick. Lu Xiaoyi was quite serious. Then how much should I pay? Slug laughed. 100,000 times. That is to say, if you bet 1 spirit stone on 12 consecutive bets and luckily win, you'll get 100,000 spirit stones. Isn't that very tempting? You don't really think you can win, do you? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Everyone has to have dreams. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? What if you win? I'm a little worried that your flying boat might not be able to hold all of them. Slug didn't want to say anything more. This was a madman. How could you communicate with a madman normally? The two of them came to the donkey pen. Almost all the gamblers had gathered here. They needed to make the most detailed and profound observation of the 12 donkeys to judge the minute differences between each donkey. Finally, they would use this as the basis for their bets. Of course, they couldn't get close or touch the donkeys. From a considerable distance, they used their divine sense to examine the donkeys. Lu Xiaoyi was also mixed in with the crowd. However, his ability in this aspect was very awkward. He didn't understand the Tao of spirit beasts and was unfamiliar with donkeys. He was far from being comparable to the other gamblers. Seeing that everyone else was concentrating on the donkeys, he poked Slug next to him. Hey, why do I feel like these 12 donkeys all look the same? Apart from the numbers on them being different. Slug was very disdainful. Brute. Crude. Of course you don't understand such profound things. You only know how to wave your knife. Don't bother me. Wait for me to sort out my thoughts. You can just bet with me. I don't dare to say that I'm 90% sure, but I don't think I'll be too far off. Back then. Lu Xiaoyi turned his head and ignored him. After bragging for so long, he didn't even have a decent result. With Slug's personality, if he had guessed correctly once, he would have bragged about it long ago. Why would he say something so insignificant now? He was also good at talking, bullying him for not understanding the Tao. Thus, he continued to observe the donkeys. Muscles, bones, blood vessels, and tendons. It wasn't that he didn't understand at all. At the level of Jindan, he still had the basic ability to observe and judge. It was just that he wasn't so detailed. Moreover, it was his first time coming into contact with such creatures. He didn't know which muscles were more important in a competition. Thus, he could only observe what he really understood, such as fate. Since they were spirit beasts, they naturally had fate. Lu Xiaoyi could clearly see this. He was the only one among the tens of thousands of cultivators present. Moreover, he had the ability to change things. In his eyes, the fate of these spirit donkeys was pitifully little compared to humans. It was also in line with the position of these creatures. Moreover, he could vaguely determine that the fate of these donkeys had a lot to do with the papaya. No wonder these things were so desperate when they saw the papaya. It seemed that they weren't stupid. They knew that the papaya was a great supplement for them and could determine the development of their spiritual intelligence. Very interesting. He suddenly had a very interesting idea. If he erased the fate of these donkeys, would they still desperately chase after the papaya? It was worth a try. A crazy and bold idea took shape in his mind. If the luck of these 12 donkeys was decreased one by one, would it affect their desire for the papaya? Would it affect the results of the competition? Judging from the results of the previous competition, the 36 donkeys didn't have a big gap in the end. They had to run 10 laps around a large circle with a diameter of nearly 100 miles. In the end, they didn't completely pull away from each other. This could only mean that the difference in the physique of the donkeys was very small. Then, could the spiritual needs of the donkeys be a decisive factor in the results? Comparing a donkey that desperately wanted to eat the papaya and a donkey that could eat or not eat, who would run faster? Was there a need to guess? Chapter 908. Number 3, number 4, and number 12 are the 3 strongest ones. Number 1, number 6, and number 11 are the weakest ones. You can bet according to my judgment. You can place a single bet, a combination bet, or a split bet. Remember, if you win, you have to give me half of it. Slug didn't hide his judgment. Of course, his so-called judgment was only SOSO, and it was about the same level as the other gamblers present. It's the same as not saying anything. With your past record, I dare to bet that if I choose the other 6 donkeys, my chances of winning are much higher than yours. Now that they were familiar with each other, it was inevitable that they would attack each other. Slug wanted to refute, but he couldn't avoid the fact that he had never won anything in the donkey race. However, he still stubbornly said, "I've won the first prize," and more than once. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi heard his tone, he knew what was going on. "Snot senior brother, can we not deceive ourselves? If I bet on 12 donkeys at once, wouldn't I also hit the jackpot with the highest payout? What's the point? The odds of winning the grand prize are only 5 times. If I bet 1 spirit stone, I'll get 1.5 spirit stones. Who will I look for the remaining 10.5 spirit stones? I can see that the organizers are desperately trying to lower the odds of a single bet, but raising the odds of a combination bet. They're using a huge reward to attract people, and they can't wait for everyone to bet 12 times in a row. If a donkey has a papaya hanging in front of its head, it'll run for its life. How strong are humans? It's just that they're using spirit stones, and they're using an invisible method." Slug said angrily, "Are you going to bet or not? You're the one who wants to come here. You're the one who doesn't know the rules. You're the one who's talking so much nonsense and pretending to know the rules of the world. If you don't want to be a donkey, then let's go back together." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Haha, it's okay to be a donkey once in a while and experience the joy of being a donkey, as long as you don't always be a donkey. Brother Slug, you go first. I'll see how you're going to bet." Slug was disdainful. After acting all high and mighty for so long, didn't he still have to look at him? The two of them arrived at the betting area and chose an empty spot. It was still early before the start of the game, and most of the gamblers were still anxiously calculating and debating. This place was very quiet. Only the most confident gamblers and rookies were impatient. Slug displayed his bets. According to his judgment of the donkey's strength, he placed 10 consecutive bets, all of which were 3 consecutive bets, first 3 bets, second 3 bets, first 1 bets, second 2 bets, and so on. This wasn't just a question of choosing a pair of donkeys. They also had to consider their ranking. There was a requirement to arrange a combination, which was quite difficult. Slug still had some experience. Veteran gamblers would usually choose 3 consecutive bets. The probability of winning was higher, and the odds were also guaranteed. They weren't like those rookies who went for 10 consecutive bets or 12 consecutive bets. The odds were very attractive. If you won once, you wouldn't have to worry about the upper realm. The problem was, would you win? Every bet was 10 top-grade spirit stones, so there were a total of 100 spirit stones. This was already considered a large sum among gamblers. Not every cultivator had the financial resources of a core disciple. For example, those foundation establishment cultivators used high-grade and middle-grade spirit stones to bet. There were even some who used low-grade spirit stones to bet. Don't think you can win in one go. Entertainment is entertainment. Small bets are fun, but large bets are harmful to the body. Slug had the attitude of an experienced gambler. Lu Xiaoyi thought for a moment. His personality was to pursue stability when he was small, and craziness when he was large. He touched the storage ring on his hand. It had been 300 years since Jin Dan, and he basically didn't have any large external wealth. However, his expenses weren't large either. Orthodoxy like the swordsman didn't have much need for external resources compared to Dharma cultivators, especially after they didn't need to inscribe sword formation. The only time he needed materials was when he stole them for free. Therefore, after 300 years, he had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. As for the spirit stones, he counted them. There were about 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, and he had an average of 30 per year. This income really wasn't high. These things weren't of much use in yuaniying, and he still had to exchange them for jade purity. Therefore, he had to find an opportunity to spend them. The cultivator in charge of the reception felt as if a small mountain had been piled up on the stone table in front of him. The sight of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones piled up together was extremely shocking. Sir, you are placing a bet. What? Is there a limit to the amount of bets you can place in Upper Forest Valley? Lu Xiaoyi acted like a generous guest. The Foundation establishment cultivator nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then shook his head. How many years had it been since he'd met such a generous guest? He really didn't treat spirit stones as spirit stones, but as stones. No limit. However, this cultivator's authority is not enough. I'll call the martial uncles here on behalf of the guest. The cultivator hurriedly sent out a message. The amount of bets this time was too large, almost comparable to the total amount of a donkey race. This wasn't something he could handle. One less spirit stone was equivalent to his entire year's salary. You're crazy. The snot bug felt that this wasn't something a normal person could do. Even if you haven't gambled before, you should have heard of it, right? With Jindan's level of insight, how could he do such a brainless thing? If you think it's inconvenient to carry around too many spirit stones, you can leave them with me. Why give them to the gambling house for free? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. If I leave them with you, what are the odds? I'll definitely win this bet. The snot bug was completely speechless. However, he immediately understood that this guy wasn't really gambling, but setting a trap for the gambling house. Since he wanted to cause trouble, he had to have a reason. If he didn't pay enough, it wouldn't be good to fall out with him, so he had to make a big bet. After thinking it through, the snot bug was too lazy to persuade him anymore. He thought that the next step would be to cause trouble. He felt a bit of heartache. Those 100 spirit stones were wasted. If they fought, who would pay him back? However, what method was this guy going to use to cause trouble? He still hadn't figured it out, so he could only wait and see. Soon, the three hosts, Jindan, flew over. Seeing the pile of top-grade spirit stones, they felt dizzy. The leader walked over and bowed respectfully. This was a super big customer, so he had to serve him well. Honored guest, it's my honor to have you come to my upper forest valley. How many spirit stones do you have here? It was a gambling house, so according to the rules, one couldn't inquire about the other party's name or origin. This was a rule. The gambling house especially valued privacy. They knew that the customer cared about this, so they didn't say anything to curry favor with him. If they were to become related to a certain cultivator from the upper forest valley, then would they earn the spirit stones or not? 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Xiaoyi looked like a nouveau riche. Wait a moment. We have to check the rules of upper forest. Please don't blame us. The three of them used their divine sense to carefully check the number and quality of the spirit stones. This was an essential procedure. The Foundation establishment cultivator offered them top-grade spirit tea. Whether they drank it or not was another matter. This was a matter of attitude. The surrounding gamblers also realized the abnormality of this betting spot. Slowly, many people gathered around. Of course, they kept a suitable distance. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God! Isn't this 10,000 top-grade spirit stones? If I had this much wealth, why would I come here? I don't know if this person is depositing his spirit stones here and slowly betting. Or is it a shuttle?" Chapter 909. Very quickly, the three hosts Jindan finished counting and nodded to each other. There were tens of thousands of them, not one less. They were of high quality and had never been used before. Jindan, the leader, smiled until his eyes became slits. How do you plan to bet? How many rounds? How much do you want to bet? We take special care of our esteemed guests. We have specialized explanations and donkey grooms to provide you with advice. We also have discount coupons for a 1-month tour of the 7 continents of the upper forest, free of charge for food and lodging, and Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand and said in an imposing manner, "How many rounds? How much do you want to bet? My time is precious. I still have 10 billion worth of business waiting for me. Every minute and second is a loss of tens of thousands of spirit stones. How can I waste my time on you? Let's go to the next round. 12 rounds, all in one go." Snot Bug's cheek twitch. Brag. Brag as much as you can. Every minute and second is a loss of tens of thousands of spirit stones. 2 months on the flying boat, other than chatting all day long, what kind of income do you have? Playing 6 rounds of gambling and still acting shamelessly even after losing a single spirit stone, how thick is this person's face? Host Jin Dan did not have any intention of making fun of him. Many years of experience in managing gambling dens made them deeply understand the principle that those who came did not come with good intentions and those who came did not come with good intentions. Either he was truly rich, or he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Donkey racing in the upper forest had been going on for tens of thousands of years. Countless people had come here to try their luck using various methods, but who had come out with good results? When it came to gambling on donkeys, which cultivator was more familiar than them, the managers of gambling dens? The 3 of them were unmoved. They could not lose in terms of imposing manner. This was also the rule of gambling dens, because they believed that imposing manner would affect fate. How do we do it? 12 rounds, please ask for instructions. In the eyes of these masters, the donkey's grooming, selection, personality and habits, physical strength, and even the degree of resistance to big situations were all in their hearts. Therefore, internally, they actually had a rough ranking of these 12 donkeys. From the past, the accuracy was not low. If this fellow's order of combination was highly consistent with their internal ranking, then it meant that there was a mole among them. Regarding this, they also had their own way of dealing with it. Lu Xiaoyi said casually, "It's simple. I bet that the one with the number 1 will be the first, the one with the number 2 will be the second, and so on. Of course, the one with the number 12 will be the duck. 12 times in a row, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for a shuttle. Let me think, if I win, how much can I get?" One of the hosts, Jin Dan, answered for him, "If you win, you should get 1 billion top-grade spirit stones." Lu Xiaoyi was a little worried. "So many. Can you take it out later?" The 3 Jin Dan members looked at each other and smiled. "We can afford it. The Upper Forest Valley has been in business for tens of thousands of years, and there has never been a time where we can't afford to bet. Then, shall we personally make a series of bets for you?" Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand, completely unconcerned. "Hurry up and do it. I'm earning tens of thousands every second." The 3 Jin Dan disciples took out the highest quality purple jade and used the most precise brushstrokes to carve a note on it. For the sake of clarity, they didn't even use a brush. This was to prevent this fellow from going back on his word. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones? Of course, they couldn't afford it. Not to mention the current Upper Forest Valley, even if they searched all the 7 small continents of Upper Forest, it would be impossible to gather it in a short period of time. This was the problem of circulating funds. But the key point was that it was impossible for this kind of 12 bets to hit. It was completely different from their internal ranking. For some reason, they had even arranged the order according to the number plate on the donkey's body. The number plate was only for the convenience of distinguishing, it wasn't arranged according to strength. Everyone knew this principle. How could there be a donkey betting like this? It was simply giving away spirit stones for free. How could a Jindan be so stupid? This was the only thing they had to worry about. But with such a huge sum of money, how could they think so much? Could they just push it away and not want it? There were more than 200 guards in the Upper Forest Valley, as well as tens of thousands of gamblers. With so many people around, how could these 2 meatheads overturn the heavens? In an instant, the contract was established. On it was clearly written all the restrictions of this bet. It was the highest level of bets that could be enjoyed only when the amount reached a certain level. Both sides verified that there was no mistake and signed an oath. In the cultivation world, this was something that could never be changed. The more Slug looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. You've already signed an oath, so how can you still cause trouble? If you really started to fight, it wouldn't make sense and you'd become a robber. The more he looked, the more confused he became. He didn't expect that the 3 Upper Forest cultivators would suddenly project this contract on the screen above the 3-story building without asking for their opinion. This time, the entire Upper Forest Valley was in an uproar. How many years had it been since such a huge amount of bets was seen? 100 years. 1,000 years. 10,000 years. Such a strange betting method. How many years has it been since such a retard appeared in the cultivation world? The upper forest cultivators did this to solidify the contract, so that this idiot wouldn't have any room to maneuver, and to obtain the moral support of all the gamblers present. Once the bets were made, there would be no return. Slug was very dissatisfied. Isn't it a little petty for your family to do this? The leader Jindan's attitude was very humble and sincere, but he didn't give in at all. Honored guests, please calm down. This is also the rule of my upper forest donkey racing. Some large bets must be made public. Actually, the intention is to urge us masters to not privately pocket the bets and not admit to it. How was this urging the masters? It was clearly urging the gamblers. Lu Xiaoyi pulled the scolding Slug away, still pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's just the money for a meal. Why get angry with them? Slug was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. What the F***ck did you eat to spend 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones? He ate and drank for free on the flying boat for 2 months and didn't even pay for a single meal. He ate with a clear conscience and was still picky. Now that he came out, he started to poke green onions into his pig nose. He couldn't hand over this person anymore. He was already crazy. The 3 upper forest cultivators Jindan stood there respectfully, watching them leave. One of the Jindan said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong? There must be something wrong with the abnormality. Could there be some kind of trouble? Is there something we can't guess?" Another one also said, "That can't be. How can a Jindan cultivator be an idiot? Even if you really eat 10,000 spirit stones for a meal, there's no need to show off here, right? Speaking of which, have you eaten a meal worth 100 supreme-grade spirit stones before?" The leader Jindan smiled slightly. Who cares about him? What you're worried about is that if he guessed correctly, how will we pay for it? Is that possible? Before the donkey racing started, I had junior brother Han secretly change the number plates of the donkeys when he drove them into the field. Even if he's an immortal and has methods we can't see through, what can he do to us? The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Gambling houses might not often cheat, but gambling houses would definitely have tricks up their sleeves. This was something that could never be changed. Just like these 10 donkeys, there were a few that were indistinguishable from each other in terms of appearance and character. Even these masters couldn't see through them at a glance if they didn't look carefully. When driving the donkeys onto the track, they used special methods and didn't even need to change the number plates. The number plates themselves could be changed automatically without anyone noticing. When the donkeys started running on the track, who would notice the difference between them? Their blood surged and their muscles bulged. Even these masters couldn't do anything. It was flawless. Chapter 9-10. Slug didn't want to say anything. He had been thinking about the purpose of this one ear. How could a person who could summon the wind and rain in the Taipu realm and turn the world upside down fail in such a simple task? He didn't seem to be crazy. At least, this guy didn't lend him any spirit stones when he asked. He was very stingy. For a cultivator of his level to be unable to see through this person, what kind of medicine was he selling in his gourd? He could guess that this guy wanted to make a move on the entire upper forest cultivator group. He could also guess that this guy was creating an open and above-board reason. However, this had nothing to do with him being a gambling donkey. If it turned into a bandit's act, it would be a failure. Because there was no moral reason, many forces who might be inclined to Taoism couldn't make a move. If they made a move, they would be the accomplice of a villain. Everyone was a decent person who wanted to save face, so they had to pay attention to a good reason. Unless this guy's bet was really right. Then, the upper forest Chilu continent definitely couldn't take out 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Not to mention them, even the 9 great sects probably didn't have that many spirit stones. If they couldn't take it out, it would be written in black and white, and the contract would be set by the heavens. Would it be like this? For 10,000 years, no one had heard of someone who could cheat in the upper forest donkey race. And it was such an unscrupulous and undisguised behavior. Then, what role should he play in this? Seeing Slug turn around and leave, Lu Xiaoyi was very puzzled. What are you doing? Slug didn't even turn his head. I'm going to the banker. There were 100 people, And there were all kinds of people. There was no lack of gamblers who were willing to gamble and profit from the fire. Their simple thinking was that since someone dared to bet 10,000 spirit stones on 12 consecutive bets, there must be a deep reason. They didn't need to figure out what the reason was. For gamblers, following the bet was the right thing to do. There was a very simple psychological hint here. Usually, they wouldn't do this, but now they could comfort themselves. Since the other party could afford to lose 10,000 spirit stones, what was a few hundred spirit stones to them? In the beginning, there were only a few bold people who participated, but in the end, almost everyone followed the crowd and bought a sequence of 2 spirit stones for 12 consecutive bets, as if they weren't real gamblers if they didn't buy. The organizers of Xiong immediately felt the pressure. Even if only a small part of the 10,000 people placed bets, there were still hundreds of thousands of people who placed bets. Now, almost all the gamblers had placed bets, and the bets added up to another 10,000 top-level spirit stones. The results were arranged according to the numbers. In other words, if this result really happened, the Upper Forest Gambling Hall would have to pay a compensation of 2 billion spirit stones. This huge sum of money was enough to make a few little loos go bankrupt. It was terrible. But this was only in theory. Just in case, Donkey had to change his number. The atmosphere in the Upper Forest donkey racing ground began to turn strange. The cultivators there could not wait to see the final result. As the biggest sucker there, Lu Xiaoyi became the target of public criticism. Thankfully, there were only a limited number of people who knew him. The few times he had been in the limelight were all in the heaven and earth chessboard, so there were no spectators. Time slowly passed as the crowd waited in anticipation. The second match of the day was about to begin. The first to light up were the 2 cables that circled the racetrack. After they were connected to the spiritual opportunity, they shone brightly and emitted a force field, causing the entire racetrack to form a large closed oval. Then, under everyone's gaze, 12 donkeys were led over. In the short time it took to go from the fence to the starting point, 4 of the donkeys' numbers had been changed. Because the time was too short, and the organizers had deliberately sped up, everything was done secretly and smoothly. The 12 donkeys were fixed in a special box, waiting for the whistle to signal the start of the race. Very standard. There are talented people in Xiong, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Slug snorted. No matter how stupid they are, if you let them operate for 10,000 years, they will naturally have their own set of things. It's not surprising. In Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, a telescopic frame was fixed on the donkey's back. After the start of the race, a papaya would be placed on top of the telescopic frame. Because of the adjustment of the telescopic frame, the donkeys couldn't bite it no matter how long they stretched their necks. Therefore, they could only run with all their might and stretch their necks as much as they could. He keenly felt that the donkeys were different, not through their skin and muscles, but through the size of the fated clouds in their brains. It seemed different from before and didn't match their numbers. Although he didn't know much about donkey racing, he understood people's hearts. He immediately knew that the organizers were secretly doing something. He smiled contemptuously. How stupid would he be to do something to the donkey's fated clouds? He was just experimenting with one of the donkeys. When it came to cheating, he was very talented. He knew that if he started right from the start, it would be easy for others to see through him. There were a total of 10 laps. If the first lap wasn't over, and the 12 donkeys ran out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, wouldn't it be obvious that they were cheating? Therefore, he definitely couldn't start too early. His judgment was to start when they were more than halfway through the race. First, he would make rough adjustments, pushing the smaller ones to the front and dragging the bigger ones behind. In the last lap, or even half a lap, he would make fine adjustments and run out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or anyway, his current Sparrow Palace's ability to adjust their fated clouds was far enough, especially for these donkeys that had no resistance at all. Following the sound of a bell, under the control of the cultivators, a papaya was placed on top of each donkey's telescopic frame. It was tightly held by the hooks at the top. Open the gate and let the donkeys out. A huge clamor arose. The 12 donkeys were like arrows released from a bow. Their forehooves flapped as they followed the wide path that the cable led them towards the papaya. In their hearts, cheers came one after another. This place carried the dreams of every cultivator that wanted to reap without sowing, the hope of becoming rich overnight. Lu Xiaoyi sighed and looked at the snotty fellow beside him who was equally calm. Snotty bro, why don't they eat each other's papaya? I can't bear to see such cruelty. Because they're not 12 in one ear. I say, can you not ask such insignificant questions? Can you not pretend to be benevolent and hypocritical? Isn't it good to be a little more straightforward? If these donkeys fall into the hands of the people of Upper Forest, they at least have something to strive for, even if it's illusory. But if they fall into the hands of people like you, they can only become donkey meat roasted. Lu Xiaoyi curled his lips. This guy was so angry that he was a little delirious. He kept asking him to pay for the travel expenses and food expenses. He was also a person with spiritual eyes. He didn't have the slightest demeanor of a person who came to visit. Snotty bro, how much did you bet? Snotty originally didn't want to say, but there was nothing to hide. Who asked him to be a little impulsive the second time? It was too late to regret it later. 1,000 top-grade pieces. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Then the compensation from the people of Upper Forest will be the expenses for my travel and food expenses. It's also 100 million top-grade pieces. How can your lousy boat be worth the ticket? The food is monotonous and tasteless, there isn't even a place for entertainment, and there are no beauties to serve you. How can it be worth 100 million? Who knows, you might have to give me some back later. Chapter 9:11. The two of them bickered and refused to give in to each other. While they bickered, the 12 donkeys had already run several laps. Just as Lu Xiaoyi had expected, they were biting each other to death. The distance between the first and the youngest was only a few hundred feet. Changes could happen at any time. Look, aren't the donkeys I pointed out to you right? Damn it, why was I so obsessed that I didn't believe in myself and instead believed in a lunatic like you? Slug regretted his actions. The donkeys that he pointed out when he judged the strength of the donkeys were either in front or behind. Just as he had predicted, although it was still early and he could not make a conclusion, the trend was right. Therefore, he regretted that he had been blinded by this lunatic's 10,000 spirit throw. With those spirit stones, he could have made a lot of money by betting on his judgment. Lu Xiaoyi did not expose him. This was just pure luck. The numbers of several donkeys had changed and were no longer the same as before. It had nothing to do with his judgment. You're following so closely. Could it be that you can't widen the gap in the end? Snot said hatefully, of course you can't. This is the reason why people in Upper Forest must choose donkeys with similar strength to participate in the competition. Otherwise, what's the fun if the seats are decided early? It must be exciting to have a winner at the end. Only then will people be willing to take out their spirit stones to bet. Only then will they think that their judgment is actually not bad and that they are just a little bit lacking in luck. Lu Xiaoyi replied with an "oh," but his expression began to become serious. Brother Snot, there's not much time left. Soon, it will be time for the battle. It's not that I don't trust you. These Jin Dan are not a challenge to us at all. The point is, it's not suitable for the Qingwei Immortal sect to show their help now. It's better for you to help us in the dark than to stand out directly. This is a dispute between the 3,000 side sects. It's not suitable for us to join in. You know what I mean. Snot was stunned. He thought that he would have to wait until the result of the competition was out. He didn't expect it to be so fast. This bastard. If he had said so earlier, he wouldn't have made the bet at this time. Although he was a core member of the upper sect, Jin Dan, spirit stones did not grow on trees. He cursed as he walked away. This time, he was really unlucky to have met this person. Not only did he pay for the flying boat, he also paid for the food, he also paid for the time, and now he was even paying for the spirit stones. However, he also knew that on a strategic level, it was not appropriate for him to stand together with this madman. Otherwise, if they were to fight, how could he, as their companion, explain himself? Hence, he changed his position to watch the match. Across the oval track, He distanced himself far away. Who cares? He deserved to be beaten to death. How dare he take advantage of him? He, the slug, had always been the one who took advantage of others in Qingwei, but now he was here. Of course, he also knew that even if there were a few hundred Jin Dan besieging a single swordsman, with the abilities he had displayed in the Taipu realm, nothing would happen to him. After all, the swordsman was unfathomable. How many enemies could he face at the same time? With this delay, the donkeys found a suitable position and ran a few more laps. Up until now, there were only 3 laps left. In theory, the current ranking was basically in its embryonic form. There wouldn't be any major changes. The changes were only in the details. For example, it was basically impossible for the person in first place to fall to last place. The person in first place now was number 12. The person in second place was number 1. This was exactly in line with his initial judgment. If there weren't any major changes, his combination of 100 spirit stones would definitely be a win. However, with the additional 1,000 spirit stones, he couldn't earn it back no matter what. This madman was really infuriating. The donkeys were still running with all their might, each of them with bulging eyes and crooked mouth. The shouts of the surrounding cultivators began to grow louder. Everyone was talking about the donkey they had bet on, as if the donkey could hear their voices and turn them into motivation. However, the slug's attention wasn't on the donkeys. He had extended his divine sense extremely far away, into the thick sea of clouds. His flying boat was there, as well as hundreds of murderous swordsmen. They should have come out by now, right? They should start to move here. By the time the competition ends, the ship will have sailed and the situation will have been decided. In terms of morality, they wouldn't be able to stand on their side. It was still not too late to launch a surprise attack while the competition was still going on. The shouts of the surrounding cultivators became abnormally excited and frenzied, forcing the slug to focus his attention back on the track. There were only 2 laps left, but there was an unexpected change on the track. This was also the reason why the surrounding cultivators couldn't control themselves and were shouting. The original order had been disrupted for no reason, and it was completely different from the previous round. The most obvious change was that number 12, who had been leading the pack, had fallen to the middle, while number 1, who had always been the youngest, had rushed to the middle and was squeezed together. What in the world happened? What was the reason for such a drastic change in the track? This kind of situation was very rare, but it wasn't like it had never happened before. The slug was focused on the track and didn't have the time to think about why the swordsman hadn't arrived yet. The 12 donkeys were sprinting into the last lap. What made everyone dumbfounded was that number 1 was running faster and faster, gradually overtaking the other donkeys, one after another. Looking at its momentum, it seemed that it wouldn't stop until it got first place. On the other hand, number 12, who was originally outstanding, was falling behind and was gradually being overtaken by the donkeys behind her. If one were to describe the whole group of donkeys, the slug suddenly realized that those with numbers in front were running in front, and those with numbers behind were lagging behind. Even if there was a disorder, this disorder was constantly being corrected. It was too unbelievable. This lunatic, how did he do it? Could it be the reincarnation of the Donkey King? A divine donkey descending to the mortal world? Oh my God, I might also earn 100 million spirit stones. Things had already reached this point, and he didn't need to wait for the results anymore. Things were obvious. When they hit the line, it would definitely be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There was no mistake. In other words, the Upper Forest Valley competition would owe the lunatic 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. At the same time, he would owe the daring gamblers 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. That included his 100 million. In other words, the lunatic had already stood firmly on the moral side. Next was to repay the debt, and if he didn't, he would use a knife. Perfect. After getting a windfall, he still wanted to kill people, and he was still reasonable. Things in this world were so inconceivable. The slug laughed out loud and joined the ranks of the cheers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go up the mountain to kill the tiger. 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Let's celebrate. In the deafening cheers of the tens of thousands of cultivators, The donkeys obediently lined up in a neat row. Number 1 was at the front, number 12 was at the bottom, and they started to hit the line in succession. Among the cheers, hundreds of upper forest cultivators were pale. The leader was dazed. In an instant, he made the upper forest 7 continents bankrupt. How is this possible? How is this possible? It shouldn't be. The heavens don't have eyes. Chapter 9:12. P.S. Uncle calculated with his fingers, there will be a threshold when he reaches 135 years of age. When the last donkey hit the line, the outcome was set. It was time for the bankruptcy liquidation. The upper forest cultivators were completely unable to react to such a drastic change. Even if they reacted, what could they do? Could it be that they had to personally catch a few donkeys and forcefully change the rankings? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they could not do anything. Just as their faces were pale and they were unable to keep track of time, a flashy voice resounded through the entire venue. The upper forest racetrack, reputation above all. 10,000 years of legacy, unparalleled in the world. I am personally willing to receive the compensation after the winners of the bets. Let everyone come first. Shadow Sword Palace, fair and generous. Benefiting the masses, who else but me? The tens of thousands of gamblers let out a resounding cheer. This was a very important sentence. Everyone knew that not to mention 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones, even 100 million upper forest cultivators could not afford it now. Hence, if that rich guest were to pay first, how long would these small bets have to wait? After a few days, when the commotion died down, it was very possible that they would renege on their debt. This person's declaration immediately won the respect of all the cultivators present. They looked at him in a new light. His Tao was gathered in one body, and no one could take it away. The snot bug in the crowd sighed. This lunatic was truly sinister and ruthless to the extreme, just like how the heaven and earth reversal in the Tai Pu realm prevented the monks from escaping. If these upper forest cultivators did not run now, none of them would be able to escape. This person could not be an enemy. If they were to suffer a little loss, then so be it. They could just treat it as doing good deeds to buy safety. The key was that the traps came one after another. Calling out the Shadow Sword Palace was not a slip of the tongue, but a deliberate provocation when the other party was distracted. If the upper forest cultivators were calm enough, they should not care about their reputation and directly run back to the 7 small continents, relying on the Yuaniing spiritual masters on the continents to defend. They did not care about the upper forest racetrack. They would just be cowards and shameless cowards. After a few decades, when the commotion died down, they would return to their old business. If they were not calm, not to mention the tens of thousands of cultivators here, 1,000 or 2,000 Jindan swordsman group that was rushing here, which upper forest cultivator could resist? Too ruthless, not leaving any leeway for others. The leader of the upper forest group was relatively calm. When he heard the newcomer say that he was a shaking Shadow Realm cultivator, he immediately understood that this was a trap. He wanted to restrain everyone from acting rashly, but he was hesitant. If 200 or 300 people were to act so timidly in front of a single swordsman, what would they say in the future? That moment of hesitation had resulted in a huge mistake. Jindan couldn't hold it in any longer. With such a huge loss, even if they sold themselves, they wouldn't be able to make up for it. It was obvious that this shaking shadow swordsman was the culprit. Since he had already killed 2 of them last time, what reason did he have to let this one go? A few of the most hot-tempered Jindan surrounded him and cast their spells. No matter how this matter would be settled in the future, the most important thing right now was to vent the anger in their heart. Murder. Murder. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. You upper forest people don't have any professional ethics. Are you trying to cheat us of our spirit stones? Amidst Lu Xiaoyi's wails and howls, the upper forest Jindan fell one after another. It was an extremely bloody scene. This agitated even more upper forest Jindan to surround him. The situation became very chaotic. To the tens of thousands of gamblers, the Foundation establishment cultivators, other than hiding in a corner, they had no other choice. They didn't even dare to go to the betting booth to claim their prize, because everything was still unclear. Although their hearts were on the side of the shaking shadow swordsman, that was only their hearts. To the 1 or 2,000 Jindan, their gains were already considerable due to the amount of money they had bet. There was no reason for them to give up. But for the same reason, it was also unrealistic for them to fight to the death with the upper forest cultivators without even seeing the shadow of their spirit stones. The upper forest people had already been beaten to death and had fled. Who could they look for to collect their spirit stones? Thus, no one was willing to step forward to help the swordsman. This was actually the darkness of human nature. To most people, the upper forest people definitely wouldn't be able to take out 2 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. But what if they killed the swordsman and only had to bear a debt of 1 billion? Even if they were to give a discount and pay less, it would still be acceptable. After all, the final ranking of the donkeys had too much of a conspiracy. Humans were all selfish. They only cared about their own benefits. How could they get it? How could they get it without any risk? But no one considered who had given them the credit for the success of the 12 consecutive bet. From their point of view, they should help to the end. To be able to take out so many spirit stones to bet on the donkeys, it probably didn't matter if they lost anything, right? Lu Xiaoyi had never counted on them. What he was doing was to incite a chaotic battle with the upper forest Jindan. Thus, even if it was a one-on-one battle, he didn't fly far. He just circled around in the air and killed a few to increase the hatred, causing the upper forest cultivators to be unable to stop. More than 200 Jindan surrounded one, and a few were killed. Could they stop? Of course not. The more they surrounded, the more there were. They didn't have any face to talk about. They came from different backgrounds and worked hard for the gambling house. Who would talk about the rules? A spectacle appeared in the upper forest valley. A swordsman was charging left and right. He was surrounded by hundreds of cultivators. Further away, there were hundreds of cultivators who were ready to join in the battle at any time. Even if his individual strength was peerless, with just the number of people, he would be worn down to death. This was the thought of the upper forest cultivators. It was also the thought of all the spectators. They were all waiting for the swordsman to die so that the upper forest cultivators could sit down and negotiate with the gamblers. The gamblers naturally thought that they had the advantage, whether it was in terms of numbers or morality. Even if they didn't fight, they could just pat their butts and leave. This was an unbearable pain for the upper forest competition. Only a bystander could see more clearly. Now that the situation had developed to this point, Slug was very clear that not many of these Shanglin thugs would be able to escape from this place. Lu Xiaoyi hadn't used his full strength. He was a king of Jindan who could easily kill weak Jindan cultivators. Fighting with these unorthodox Jindan cultivators really didn't interest him. These people should be the whetstones for his Jindan brothers, not for him. His energy should be placed on the 7 upper forest cultivators and little Lu, who might not be able to hold back their envying. Just as the upper forest cultivators were attacking one after another, 3 groups of black dots appeared on the horizon. They were approaching rapidly. Those were 3 demon blade. Each blade was formed by more than 30 swordsmen. When they appeared, the upper forest cultivators, including those who were watching the show, understood that things weren't as simple as they had imagined. The demon blades were sharp. They had finally been summoned by their boss and found a chance to vent their decades of energy. Regardless of whether they were hunting or watching from the sidelines, they were all mercilessly cut down by the demon blade. Dozens of people charging against hundreds of people. The difference in momentum was like the difference between heaven and earth. The individual swordsman was already slightly better than the other swordsman cultivators. Under Lu Xiaoyi's guidance, the Shadow Sword Palace had refined their swordsmanship for dozens of years. Many of the swordsmen's strength had increased by several-fold. Strength, courage, experience, momentum, and the willpower that had been trained in the heaven and earth chessboard and the large sects. When all these factors were added together, there was actually no suspense at all. It was a massacre. Chapter 9:13. P.S. Uncle, if you calculate again, the calamity at 135 years old is still a calamity of love. Lu Xiaoyi no longer attacked. Instead, he hovered alone in the sky, watching his swordsman brothers display their might in the valley, chasing down the fleeing enemies. At this moment, he was no longer the rich gambler. Instead, he had transformed into the overlord of a continent. As he swept his gaze across, no one dared to look him in the eye, even if there were many Taoist disciples among them. At this moment, who didn't know who he was? The heaven and earth chessboard against the hundreds of people from the bitter Zen temple. Who could stop him? On the Red Mound, he killed Yuanying and true monarchs. Who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him? A sword from the Taipu realm could destroy a Buddhist country. Who could doubt that? Now, he was the ruler of a continent. Even if it was a small continent, it was still a continent. The hundreds of Jindan swordsmen under him were also a force to be reckoned with among the 3,000 unorthodox groups in Juzian. The only thing he lacked was the support of a shaking shadow cultivator. However, he came from the free and unfettered roaming world, which made up for this shortcoming to a certain extent. As long as everyone followed the rules, who could do anything to him in Juzian? The battle was one-sided without any suspense. At this moment, the gamblers finally understood. It was impossible to get any compensation. Even the upper forest donkey racing would probably stop for many years. Their reputation was already bad. If they didn't keep their word, who would be willing to come? Since they couldn't get anything, they should at least vent their frustrations, right? Under the pursuit of the shaking shadow swordsman and the covert attacks of the Jindan gamblers, the 200 or so upper forest cultivators collapsed. Less than 10% of them escaped. They didn't kill to their heart's content. This was the only feeling the swordsmen had. But now, they completely understood their position. They only needed to wait for their leader's orders and wouldn't act rashly on their own accord. Slug left the battlefield. There was no need for him to continue watching. It was not a battle of the same level at all. He needed to return to the airship and check if anyone had sent out a message after they left. This was the only thing he could do to help. He felt a little uncomfortable because his friend didn't ask him for help. Even if she begged him for help, he might not necessarily agree. People were just that strange. The betting points were completely cleaned out by the swordsman. Although the gamblers were envious, dealing with the motley crew of Shanglin and the shadow-shaking swordsman army were two different matters. No one dared to make a move, even if they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. This was the power of Sha. He took out 10,000 spirit stones from the spoils of war. Behind him were 3 demonic sword formations, all of them brimming with killing intent. He showed it to the 10,000 gamblers who were looking at him. His voice spread throughout the place. I only want my own capital back. As for the rest, please nominate a reputable person to take back the capital according to everyone's bets. If there is a surplus, please divide it among yourselves. Time waits for no man. I'm afraid that the reinforcements from the 7 continents of Shanglin will arrive very soon. It's best if you don't delay or linger. After the people of Shanglin fly into a rage out of humiliation, they won't care if you're a Zhuji or a Jindan. They won't care if you participated in the battle just now. Not everyone cared about this small amount of spirit stones, but the majority of them did. Most importantly, this attitude made the gamblers have a good impression of him. They were no longer reluctant to leave the Shanglin arena. A cultivator asked, Master Shan, why aren't you leaving yet? Are you protecting our escape route? This was a young Jindan cultivator. He was bold, so he wasn't stingy. Lu Xiaoyi answered honestly, you're not my son. Why should I cover your escape route? Everyone laughed. Lu Xiaoyi continued, the grudge between the shadow-shaking realm and the 7 continents of Shanglin isn't over yet. Since we've already started, how can we end things so hastily? Shanglin still has strength. Since they dared to make a move against the shadow-shaking realm, I won't let them off until I break their backs. His words were brimming with killing intent and were incomparably domineering. The gamblers who heard this were all convinced. The return of the bets was carried out very quickly. The Jindan cultivators among the gamblers took the initiative to return the foundation-building cultivators' bets. Often, they would even give a little more. At this particular moment, As a Jindan cultivator, no one cared about this small amount of money. They were more concerned about other things. The sky became spacious. The foundation building cultivators all fled. They couldn't stay any longer. Spells had no eyes, and battles were cruel. If they were hit, it would be too unjust. They could only leave and bring the legend of Shanglin Valley to the entire Juzian upper realm. 100 swordsmen left the gambling den. Most of the Jindan cultivators also left, but there were still a few hundred who weren't afraid of trouble. This was also the nature of gamblers. The composition of the gamblers was complicated. There were those who simply liked to watch the fun. Some were hot-blooded and impulsive, and wanted to help the swordsmen in the gang fight. There were also those who didn't get along with Shanglin and wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge. There were also those from the 9 great sects who weren't afraid of trouble. Generally speaking, the relationship between the gamblers and the gambling den was sharp. However, it was unheard of for them to develop feelings for each other after a few visits. It could only be that the more they visited, the more they lost, and the more depressed they felt. In the eyes of many, even if the remaining Shanglin Jindan cultivators all came, they would not be able to withstand the full force of the swordsman's army. What risk could they take? They would only be able to beat them when they were down. Lu Xiaoyi no longer cared about them. He was already benevolent enough to take care of his own matters. He didn't have the energy to be their nanny. He took care of them and returned their bets because he didn't want to become the public enemy of the entire realm. At the same time, he could also help him build a reputation and occupy the moral high ground. They couldn't leave for now. It wasn't easy to get the opportunity to weaken Shanglin Qilu to the greatest extent. How could he allow them to make a comeback? After the swordsman left, could he reopen the Shanglin arena? Or could he passively wait for Shanglin Qilu's possible attack? It would be best to eliminate them all at once. This goal could only be achieved by eliminating at least 50% of the Jindan cultivators. In his estimation, at the very least, the Shanglin cultivators would counterattack once. Only then would he decide whether to stay or leave based on the situation. Some of the gamblers were bored and began to study the donkeys. Naturally, they quickly discovered the secret of the number plates on the donkeys, which led to another round of angry curses. Slug quietly returned. He didn't approach, but stood at a distance to communicate with his divine sense. I've checked the flying boat. There were 2 people who spread the news. They are. Lu Xiaoyi remained calm. Brother Slug, thank you very much. I'll treat you to wine and beans another day. However, you'd better take the boat and leave now. Your flying boat is too eye-catching. I'm afraid it won't escape the attention of others. Slug was unable to restrain his anger. You have the nerve to say that. Wine? Beans? Is this what you call a meal that costs 10,000 spirit stones? Do you think I'm a beggar? Lu Xiaoyi complained that he was poor. Master Lu's family doesn't have any extra food. There are hundreds of mouths at home, unlike you who can eat your fill and bury your family in a coffin. Slug was so angry that he turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he remembered something. One ear. Where's my share of your granny's bets? Thousands of top-grade spirit stones were stolen by you just like that. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I always thought that this amount of spirit stones was nothing to upper sect disciples like you. What is it? You didn't even pick it up when it fell to the ground. Chapter 914. Author's note. This chapter seems weird. A day later, a large group of practitioners approached. Lu Xiaoyi licked his lips cruelly. Swordsman's swordsmanship was to grow through killing. It wasn't something that could be improved by practicing behind closed doors. Even if they had to pay a huge price, it was worth it. Only those who survived were true elites, worthy of his continued training. This is your battle, I won't interfere. The other party only has about 300 people, not much stronger than the previous ones. The only difference is that they are more organized. You decide how you want to fight. He made it sound easy for Che Xie, Zhu Fan, and the other leaders, but in reality, it wasn't that easy. It could only be said that they could fight. In any force, There was a difference in strength between cultivators who focused on affairs and cultivators who focused on seclusion. Cultivators who had less potential in the future could only use affairs to provide more convenience for themselves to obtain more resources. Those who had more confidence in themselves would focus on their own cultivation and ignore worldly affairs. Although it was not absolute, it was generally the case. In the previous battle, the upper forest people's cooperation between the open guards and the hidden guards was unfavorable. They lacked a strong commander, some wanted to fight, some wanted to escape. All kinds of reasons caused them to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, these would be improved in the upcoming battle with the upper forest Jindan group. Therefore, it wasn't easy. However, these were all things that they had to face alone. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't always be by their side to protect them. In fact, they also had the ability to do so. Before they met him, each of them had their own reputation and influence in the region. If he did everything himself, it would only limit their ability to take responsibility. A good leader should give his subordinates a stage to perform to their heart's content. Do you see their 7-colored flag? There must be someone under the flag who can deploy it. Shoot people, shoot horses, capture bandits, capture the leader. Being able to capture the flag in the midst of thousands of soldiers is also a good way to attack the enemy's morale. The swordsmen were eager to play such an important role in the battle. However, Lu Xiaoyi didn't give them the chance to volunteer and directly called them out. Feisha, you will lead Heiju and Broken Bones. The three of you don't have to hide in the demon sword formation. Look for an opportunity to capture the flag and kill the enemy. Do you dare to do it? Feisha nodded without hesitation. I will not let you down. Lu Xiaoyi coldly looked at the crowd. The demonic sword formation is not omnipotent. It was impossible for there to be an omnipotent array in this world. The advantage of a swordsman lies in his ability to adapt to the situation. The sharpness of a sword formation, the smoothness of a sword, the ability to split up and attack in unison, and the ability to grasp opportunities. We have discussed this countless times over the past few decades. Whether it is an armchair strategist or a comprehensive study of the subject, it is on the shoulders of the leaders like you. From the beginning of the battle until the end, I will not overstep my authority and give orders. This is a battle that belongs to you. If you don't do it well, then you can just stay in the shaking shadow realm and wait for death. Only the strong can survive the storms of the cultivation world. The crowd dispersed. Lu Xiaoyi called out to Feisha, call those two over. I'll teach you some secrets of assassination. When the others heard this, their faces were filled with envy. Only Feisha herself was not happy. The upper forest Jindan group came rolling in, 300 to 400 cultivators pressed down from the sky. The visual atmosphere was still very shocking. Under the 7-colored flag, a cultivator raised his voice and said, Upper forest donkey racing has a long history. In the past 10,000 years, there has never been a case of refusing to compensate customers. However, this does not include cheating. Upper Forest will not accept a one-ear bet in the Shaking Shadow realm, because it has violated the spirit of fairness in the contract itself. However, we will accept the losses of all the followers. A payout of 100,000 is a joke. There is no such logic in the world. However, we are still willing to compensate every follower tenfold to show our sincerity. Everyone present, please spread the word. As long as there is a bet, Upper Forest will not reject it. The words of the Upper Forest cultivator were very sincere. Even though he had suffered such great losses, his reputation was ruined, his people were wiped out, and the other party was obviously using this as a pretext to make a fuss, he was still able to tolerate it. This meant that he really did not want to give up the Upper Forest donkey racing business. As long as the donkey started running, money would roll in. This was the reason why Lu Xiaoyi drove away most of the gamblers. The cards were clear. As long as one had a brain, they would know the purpose of the Shaking Shadow Swordsman group's attack. In terms of law, there was no right or wrong. Therefore, driving away those who were not mentally strong, as for the remaining hundreds of people, there was no way to completely control them. In the end, they still had to return to the most familiar rhythm of the cultivation world, which was to compete with their fist. This was the essence of the disputes in the cultivation world. What made him happy was that Chassier and the others did not bicker. Instead, they drove the three demon swords formation and charged forward. That's right. If you can fight, then don't fight. The battle started immediately. He was not worried about the demon swords formation. He only looked at Fascia and the other two. He was very curious. In such a battle of life and death, how would the three of them choose? Among the 7 continents of Upper Forest, Huya was the continent closest to Upper Forest Valley. It was also the bridgehead where the second wave of Jindan group attacks from the 7 continents of Upper Forest. The Jindan group had already set off, but the atmosphere of uneasiness still shone on the continent. When the swordsman group arrived, they had the outstanding achievement of fighting against the bitter Zen temple alone. Later, they had the thunderous attack on Upper Forest Valley. Although they had the absolute advantage in numbers, no one could guarantee the outcome. On the top of the Huya Peak, the highest peak on the land, 7 Yuanian cultivators are standing against the wind. Even the honorable cultivators like them can't stay calm anymore. They can see that the Shanglin racetrack has been destroyed, but what's worse are the things that can't be seen. Once the reputation of the gambling house was gone, a large number of gamblers would leave. The impact would be far-reaching. It would not only affect the donkey racing, but also many other entertainment venues in the 7 continent. The threshold to enter these venues was not high. Which small continent could not handle? The reason why the 7 continents of Upper Forest were unrivaled in Juzian was because of their popularity accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Now that their popularity had suffered a devastating blow, it was much more vicious than directly attacking small continent. The 7 nascent soul stage cultivators were restricted by the rules of the domain and could not go to the scene in person. However, through remote sensing, with their powerful consciousness, they could vaguely sense the intense spiritual vigor riot coming from the direction of Upper Forest Valley. One of the Yuanian Zhunren's eyes were filled with worry. This wave of 300 to 400 people is already the maximum number of people we can gather in Upper Forest 7 continent. The remaining Jindan are all outside. It's impossible to call them back in a short period of time. However, with such an advantage in numbers, I still feel uneasy. Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The problem is how to re-establish order in Upper Forest racetrack in the future. Another Yuanian Zhunren agreed with his view. Of the 300 or so Jindan, there are some who can fight. However, there are also many elixir, talisman, and weapon crafting cultivators mixed in. They are hiding behind the formation. Once the sword formation breaks through, they will be exposed. The situation is not optimistic. I still stand by my words. I do not support a second wave of Jindan. Unfortunately. Chapter 9:15. What's the point of saying that? If we don't send out a second wave, are we just going to tolerate it? If that's the case, Upper Forest's foundation will be destroyed. How are we going to raise so many disciples and cultivate? If we go out and get laughed at, we won't even dare to report our origins. So what if we do? We don't have to report our origins because there's no one else. How many Jindan are there in the 7 continents of Upper Forest? Less than 1,000. We lost 200 before. If we lose another 600, we'll have an 80% chance of destroying all Jindan. Can our reputation be restored? No. Who knows how long it will take for a person to recover? Tell me, is this a dead end? This debate had been going on for a while. In fact, the debate had started ever since the swordsman's attack. Because of their attitude towards the sword vein, the 7 continents had never reached a consensus. One side believed that gambling was a business and there was no need to get involved in the disputes between the cultivation world's powers. Regardless of victory or defeat, the losses would outweigh the gains. Short-term benefits could never be compared to long-term benefits. A businessman should stand on the side of a businessman. Since there were customers everywhere, wealth would naturally flow in. This side was the majority, and 4 Little Lous thought so as well. The other side believed that since a major power had made an offer, they shouldn't reject it. Furthermore, It was precisely because of their good relationship with the major power behind them that Upper Forest Valley had been able to progress smoothly until now. Since they had made a request, they shouldn't reject it. Actually, the ones who made the decision weren't them, but the higher-level perfected monarchs. There were dozens of Yuaniing in the 7 continents of Upper Forest, but the ones who made the decisions were the only 2 perfected monarchs. They were also the ones who had connections with the major powers. Perfected monarchs also needed to take sides. At the very least, they needed to have someone to rely on. Otherwise, if they went out into the universe and there was no one to protect them, it would be normal for them to die. Different positions led to different perspectives. Perfected monarchs had their own views, Yuaniing had their own attitudes, and Jindan had their own considerations. The 4 little Lus who opposed attacking the sword vein were actually the 4 little Lus who didn't have perfected monarchs. But among the 3 supporters, 2 of them had perfected monarchs. If you really look at the cultivation world, it is actually very simple. My Upper Forest 7 continents can moderately participate in the internal strife of Juzian domain. If we don't, anyone can bite us in the future. How are we going to live? Most importantly, we must try our best to avoid getting involved in the battle between Taoism and Buddhism. This is a huge pit. Once you fall in, you won't be able to climb out. A perfected master hit the nail on the head. The struggle between my Upper Forest 7 continents and the sword vein is a struggle between the unorthodox schools. But the problem was that the one behind the Upper Forest was Buddhism, while the one behind the sword vein was Taoism. This was the most troublesome problem. If we don't deal with it properly, it'll be a disaster. We need to know how deeply these great powers want to get involved. If they just want to wave their fans behind us, then we should work hard to defend our rights. We can't give in to the brutality of the sword vein. If in the end, they will come up to us naked, then we will withdraw and not help anyone. At this point, everyone was on the same boat after all, so they gradually reached a consensus. The best-case scenario. Our Upper Forest attack will be effective. We can get rid of the swordsmen and reorganize the Upper Forest track. But we shouldn't go on endlessly. After all, we were the ones who started this conflict. In the worst-case scenario, our attack will be fruitless and we might even suffer heavy losses. In this case, we also need to know how much support Taoism has for the sword vein. Since Jindan's level can't do it, we might have to make a trip there. The few of them were silent. They had no choice. This was the helplessness of a small power. Without the orders of a supreme elder, they would never act rashly against the swordsman. None of the orthodoxies would do that. Now that things had developed to this point, unless they could win the battle in Upper Forest, they would still have the initiative in their hands. If they couldn't win, they could only increase the stakes, because this would mean the survival of the Upper Forest 7 continents. Without the title of the Holy Land of the Gambling Ground, how could the poor little continent support the lower-level cultivators? Without the foundation of the lower level, the 7 continents could only gradually decline. This was the last thing they wanted to see. At first, they thought that they were just expressing their attitude to the people behind them, but in the end, they met a bunch of lunatics who refused to take any losses. They were in a real dilemma. Retreating meant death, but charging forward also meant death. If we have to step forward to solve this, who will go? How many will go? The Yuaniing of Upper Forest were preparing for the worst. They were skirting the boundaries. They saw Upper Forest Valley as a part of the Upper Forest 7 continents because this was a space surrounded by the 7 continents and there was no sea of clouds. Therefore, invading Upper Forest Valley was tantamount to invading the 7 continents. The Yuaniing spiritual master had the right to defend them. Juzian didn't have a unified way of thinking about land planning. In principle, each land referred to the land itself and the atmosphere on the land. Upper Forest Valley was a special existence. It was indeed outside the atmosphere of the 7 continents, but it was also not within the sea of clouds. It depended on how you looked at it, who looked at it, and which angle you looked at it from. We can't all go. This kind of behavior is already at the edge of the rules. We can't just send one. The leader of the Shadow Sword Vein, the One Ear, has already killed the Yuaniing spiritual master before. That's why I think only 3 will go. Hu Ya, Lin Quan, Gui Shi? Hu Ya and Lin Quan were the 2 little continents with monarchs. Gui Shi was in favor of attacking the sword vein. Therefore, the core logic of this suggestion was that whoever shat should clean up the mess. Spiritual master Hu Ya was a little disdainful. He felt cold because of the cowardice of his companions from the upper forest 7 continents. However, with the enemy before them, he couldn't go overboard. Otherwise, the upper forest 7 continents would be completely hopeless. At the end of the day, the sword vein was too unreasonable and too arrogant. The upper forest guards had indeed killed 2 swordsmen. Why didn't they just return the favor? Why didn't they pursue the responsibility of the scene manager? Even if they killed 8 or 10 people, there would still be room for negotiation. But now, they directly destroyed the arena and killed hundreds of people. They didn't even give them a chance to negotiate. They wanted to beat upper forest 7 continents to death. Just based on this point, he would definitely make a trip there himself. He wanted to see if this ability to kill people of a higher realm was real. 3 Yuanying spiritual masters were enough. He also needed to remind the other spiritual masters of the little continents to completely extinguish their thoughts of keeping the peace. There's nothing to worry about. What I want to tell you is that I, Hu Ya, and Lin Quan, the true monarch, are nearby. Furthermore, they've invited a few friends. The sword vein's harm is limited. It can't escape the circle. The meaning behind his words was clear. Since Upper Forest Valley was tacitly acknowledged as part of the 7 continents, then the great cultivators had the right to make a move. The scope of this great cultivator was not only limited to Yuanying spiritual masters, but also true monarch. One of the spiritual masters sighed. Is this going to get bigger and bigger? How are we going to resolve this? Chapter 9:16. Upper Forest Valley. The battle was in full swing. 100 swordsmen against 3. How could 400 Jindan fight? Of course, they had to use the sword formation as their main attack. If they spread their swords out from the start, there wouldn't be enough space. Furthermore, it would form a terrible situation where 1 versus 10 swordsmen were involved. Lu Xiaoyi could handle this with ease, but they couldn't. The advantage of a sword formation was that it could reduce the disadvantage of numbers to a minimum through cooperation between the swordsmen. The 7 continents of Upper Forest were terrible in this aspect because they didn't have the same orthodoxy and rarely cooperated with each other. Most importantly, they had never prepared for a large-scale battle. The swordsmen had prepared for decades. This created a strange phenomenon. The swordsmen, who were better at one-on-one battles, had formed a sword formation, while the spell cultivators, who were most fond of formations, were struggling in one-on-one battle. Actually, it was just a matter of whether they had the awareness of danger and whether they could combine everyone's strength into a rope. A place like a gambling den was also a type of business. They might hire a few fighters, but they wouldn't build an army. Against a group of swordsmen like the Shaking Shadow, who were focused on fighting Jindan, they could still hold their own in the beginning. However, as the battle progressed, it became more and more obvious that they would lose. After decades of training and interacting with each other day and night, every swordsman knew the limits of their companions' abilities, what they could do for them, and how far they could go. They could unleash their full offensive power without any worry about defense because they had the support of their companions. This kind of trust was very important in a group battle. It was the cornerstone to unleash the greatest combat power. In comparison, it was harder for the upper forest cultivators to achieve this. While they were attacking, they had to consider their own safety. They didn't dare to put their lives in the hands of unfamiliar people. How much of their strength could they unleash? One sword cultivator might only be able to deal with 2 upper forest dharma cultivators. However, 10 sword cultivators together could deal with 30 to 50 dharma cultivators. When 100 sword cultivators acted in unison, their commands were as powerful as a mountain. For an opponent of the upper forest cultivators level, it would take at least 700 to 800 sword cultivators to deal with. What's worse is that when the sword cultivators' demon blade sword array pierced through the thick wall of the upper forest people, the non-combat cultivators who stayed behind the array, those who were not good at fighting and were only here to make up the numbers, had no chance to fight back at all. Chaos ensued. Swordsmen were very sharp. They were originally a orthodoxy built on the basis of combat and slaughter. They weren't rookies before they joined the Shaking Shadow sword formation. They were experienced, and after the Shaking Shadow's strength was even more outstanding. The swordsman's sword formation. There were even some who added insult to injury. Among the hundreds of spectating gamblers, there were some who couldn't help but make a move. There were many reasons for them to do so. If they were alone against the Upper Forest Cultivators Jin Dan's group, they wouldn't make a move. However, if there was a main force to contend against, they would only need to kill some of the weaker cultivators. When the situation was set, the human nature of looting a burning house took over. There wasn't much danger anyway. They were just going with the flow and sprinkling salt in the wounds of the Upper Forest Cultivators, hastening their process of defeat. At this point, things were getting out of hand. At this moment, the leader of the Upper Forest Cultivators, who was in charge of the overall situation, was killed. The one who did it was Facia's team of 3. The timing was very good. They avoided the possible danger of making a move too early, and at the same time, they didn't achieve nothing after the battle had ended. Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. The team's mission was indeed completed, but they could have completed it much earlier. These 3 people were really making things difficult for him. He didn't want to put these 3 people in the sword formation, because the sword formation was a whole that required a high degree of coordination. The collapse of one link could have an impact on the whole chain, causing immeasurable consequences. It was the swordsman's destiny to face life and death calmly. However, their lives shouldn't be wasted on a link that could have been avoided. To test their loyalty, it shouldn't be at the cost of other swordsmen's lives. He still hadn't figured out how to deal with the 3 of them. This was because he was very clear that the news could be sent to Buddhism, but it could also be sent to Taoism. The situation of the battle had begun to shift towards a massacre. Lu Xiaoyi didn't stop it. If it was the sword vein that had fallen to this state, no one would have shown mercy out of sympathy. The cultivation world didn't care about this. He was suspended in the air. Everyone knew that he was the brain and pillar of the sword vein, but no one dared to attack him. In the eyes of the gamblers, they couldn't help but sigh. Only a person who could cultivate to such a level could be considered to have no regrets in life, right? Lu Xiaoyi actually had regrets. As an opponent, the Upper Forest Cultivators were still too weak. He was also very conflicted. If he chose a strong opponent like the Bitter Zen Temple, he couldn't afford to lose. If he chose someone like Upper Forest Chilu, it didn't seem to be very effective. Up until now, only 3 swordsmen had died in 2 large-scale battles. This was far from being cruel. The real battle was already over, but Lu Xiaoyi did not let his guard down. 7 little Lu, who possessed the cultivation of nascent soul Daoist masters, were being pressed to the ground in front of his own home. How could those nascent soul cultivators sit still? It didn't make sense. He had already acted, taken advantage of them, and killed them. With the Shaking Shadow Realm's current status, he had already done his best. He couldn't continue. Retreat. Form the sword formation. We'll retreat in the direction of Little Hua Land. Lu Xiaoyi decisively gave the order. The swordsmen scattered in all directions didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. They were few in number, and discipline was the guarantee of their battle strength. Lu Xiaoyi took the opportunity to cup his fists towards the gamblers. The Green Mountains will never change, and the green waters will always flow. My fellow Taoists, for your help today, I will repay you in the future. Shaking Shadow Continent will always welcome your patronage. We might not be able to race donkeys, but we might be able to race pigs. As the saying goes, if you beat up the young, the old will come. Upper Forest won't be able to take this lying down, so I'm sure you can all guess what we might encounter in the future. At that time, it will be difficult for us to protect ourselves, and we might not be able to take care of all of you. Why don't we just disperse? How could the gamblers not understand? Jin Dan was the young one, and couldn't fight anymore. The old one could only be a Yuaniing cultivator. They weren't famous, and didn't have the ability to cross realms to fight. If they continued to stay here, it wouldn't be up to them if something happened. Most of the gamblers chose to leave, but there were still close to 100 who chose to follow. Among these people, other than gamblers, there were also murderers. Some inner sect disciples were confident that they could escape from the Yuaniing cultivators, and some even wanted to take advantage of the situation. Crossing realms to kill was an honor. Many people didn't have the ability to do so, but they didn't have the opportunity to do so. They also wanted to know how the madness in the sword vein would end this time. Chapter 9:17. Just as the swordsman's 3 demon blade formations were formed, 3 powerful auras chased after them. Lu Xiaoyi stopped and smiled, trying to kill your nascent soul? Looking at the fervent gazes of the swordsman, Lu Xiaoyi pointed to the distance. 1 against 1, I'll be in charge of cheering you on. When encountering a powerful Yuaniing, you can't run, because no matter how fast you are, you won't be able to outrun the Yuaniing. You'll be eaten one by one while running, and you won't even be able to use your own strength. Swordsman is a class that can't leave one's back to the enemy. This is also a type of teaching, a dangerous practical teaching. The 3 upper forest Yuaniing encountered a group of people, a group of Jindan that were courting death. You overestimate yourselves. There's no need to hold back. Since we're already here, if we don't kill them, they'll say we're bullying the weak. Why don't we just take advantage of them? Daoist Huya coldly said. The 3 of them faced the enemy head-on. If they had to form a formation when Yuaniing bullied Jindan, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up high. To the 3 of them, the most honorable battle in this situation was to face the demon blade formation alone. Daoist Huya threw out a dice with 6 sides, with mountains, clouds, stars, plants, beasts, and humans. It was a very special 6 royals formation, and was also his strongest defensive treasure. Although he said it casually, he didn't underestimate his opponent at all. This was the basic fighting quality of a cultivator. 30 swordsmen from one of the demon blade formations launched their attacks at him simultaneously. Among the hundreds of sword rays, there were flying swords that materialized, and there were also sword rays that split apart. Some attacked from the front, some from the back, and some from the side. It basically included all aspects of a flying sword attack, with no blind spots and no gap. Huya stood in the middle of his dice, and the 6 sides of the 6 royals formation shone brightly in all directions. The thickness of the mountain was unbreakable, the depth of the sea of clouds was immeasurable, the mysteries of the stars were unfathomable, the entanglement of the plants was unavoidable, the devouring power of the demonic beasts was unparalleled, and the willpower of the people was unbreakable. The 6 sides of the die each produced a different phenomenon, and the flying swords attacked these various phenomena in vain. They were either scattered, bounced off, or devoured. Among the several hundred sword lights, not a single one was able to do anything. He smiled disdainfully. How can a grain of rice emit light? If the swordsman's single sword attack couldn't break through the opponent's barrier, it would be pointless no matter how many of them there were. To a swordsman, quantity was never as important as quality. This was the reason why Lu Xiaoyi had been tirelessly pursuing attack power ever since he started practicing his swordsmanship. In fact, although Daoist Huya's dice treasure looked very impressive, it was far from being the best among Yuaniing level treasures. At least, in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, the 6-sided defense was too diverse. Are you really good at using earth to control mountains? Or did he specialize in the Sea of Clouds technique? Was it to understand the mysteries of the stars? Or was he well versed in the creation of nature? Or did he have a top-notch demonic beast by his side? Or perhaps it was to take people as the foundation and limit oneself. Although he seemed to be proficient in everything, he was actually quite sloppy in everything. Of course, in the eyes of the swordsman, the Daoist's form of the 6 royals was indeed impenetrable. Different people would have different feelings when looking at the same magical item. Huya's sleeves fluttered, and several offensive treasures flew out. However, it immediately caused the sword cultivator's demon sword formation to lose its footing. Only by relying on the sharpness in his heart and the trust between brothers did he manage to withstand it. However, looking at the situation, he would not be able to hold on for long. This sword formation was led by Xie. Knowing that things were not going well, his hair was disheveled and he was prepared to risk his life. The other two sword formations weren't any better. On the other hand, Lin Kuan's Daoist master was using a spirit formation technique. With a raven's dusk, he enveloped himself and the sword formation. This was a defensive spirit formation, but it was also an offensive spirit formation. It was completely dependent on the cultivator's will. It was capable of both offense and defense, allowing one to advance and retreat freely. However, because it was capable of both offense and defense, its defense wasn't the strongest, and its offense wasn't the strongest. This sword formation was led by Tsong Rong. He was used to having everything go smoothly in the previous two battles. However, he didn't expect that when he encountered the Yuanying, he wouldn't be able to display his abilities. If he couldn't pierce through the myriad of sword techniques, what was the point? The third demon blade sword formation was led by Nan Dang and Zhu Fan. Among the three sword formations, they suffered the least pressure from the attacks. However, they were also the most helpless. Daoist Master Guishi took out a huge turtle. Its body was huge, about 100 feet long. He stood on the turtle's back. All the attacks were useless against the turtle's incomparably thick shell. That huge turtle also didn't stretch its head out to bite people. It only breathed out turtle's breath, causing people to feel intoxicated and their souls to waver. If it wasn't for the sword formations helping each other, someone might not have been able to hold on. The three battlefields were all in a predicament. However, the strange thing was that the three Yuanying had yet to succeed. Firstly, the swordsmen in the sword formation were united as a stronghold, relying on each other in life and death. More importantly, there was still a swordsman strolling leisurely in the middle of the battlefield. This scene caused the hearts of the hundreds of gamblers to waver. Even if it was a Yuanying from a side sect, when they really fought, their imposing manner wasn't something that Jindan could compare to, no matter how outstanding they were. Even so, the three Yuanying still had someone in their hearts. They didn't dare to use their Xian Qi to kill because of the leader of the swordsmen strolling leisurely. Everyone knew that in the group battle with Jindan, this leader of the swordsmen wouldn't make a move due to his status. However, in the battle with the Yuanying, he definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. He was waiting for an opportunity. This was also the smartest way to take care of the overall situation. If he joined one of the battle groups, the other two would definitely crumble immediately. He might as well do what he was doing right now, strolling leisurely, causing the three Yuanying to be apprehensive. In such a situation, the three Yuanying didn't dare to use their full strength. They were afraid that if they used their full strength to kill, the leader of the swordsmen would take advantage of their weakness and attack. A sword that could kill Yuanying was different from the swords of these lackeys. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Even in the cultivation world, a famous person who could kill people of a higher realm would cause the Yuanying to be extremely wary. No one wanted to see the background of a legend, a screen. In the stalemate, the sword formation was on the verge of collapse. The three Yuanying were also communicating. Daoist Huye said fiercely, "We can't let this drag on any longer. What kind of Yuanying is this? I know what the two of you are worried about. How about this? The three of us will attack together and see what that murderer chooses to do. Life and death follow the will of the heavens. Furthermore, even if he really attacks, with the support of the other two, do you think we can't even take a single blow from him?" Daoist Lin Kuan and Daoist Guishi nodded their heads in agreement. They were very clear that if this dragged on, they could also kill the swordsmen one by one. However, there were over 100 swordsmen. There were too many of them. If they didn't use their big moves and dragged on for too long, there was a possibility of a change. There were still over 100 people outside who were watching the show with evil intentions. Only by using their big moves together could they kill them all. Chapter 9:18. Lu Xiaoyi originally wanted to train these swordsman brothers. But when the battle began, he knew that even though the training might seem realistic, it also meant that there would be casualties. He had overestimated the strength of his brothers, and also overestimated his own teaching. Even though they were a lot stronger than before, they still had no chance of winning against an original leveled cultivator. Most importantly, none of them could break through his defense with a single strike. This was the source of the awkwardness. At the same time, he also realized that the sword formation was lacking something. It lacked a sword technique that could gather the strength of all the swordsmen into a single sword. He didn't think about it before, but it was easy for him to gather a single sword. But for these brothers of different origins to gather a single sword, it was very difficult. First, they would need a common martial art. For example, Xiao Ying's jade tempering technique. Previously, the swordsmen were still very conflicted about this. But after this battle with Yuanying, they finally understood the benefits of having a common martial art. From the extremely concealed way in which the three Yuanying were accumulating their strength, he could feel the determination of his opponents to finish the battle in a single strike. This came from his deep understanding of the five elements, allowing him to discover the truth from the changes of the five elements' particles in the air. He didn't inform the swordsmen. For their current level, the warning would be even worse. Let them think of a way to endure it. Suffering and death was also an indispensable part of growth. His wandering figure began to shift to the side. Just like what he had always done, he was now closer to Lin Kuan and Daoist Guishi. In terms of psychological pressure, these two Yuanying were more likely to be attacked. But this was merely a psychological guidance before the attack. To him, this small difference in distance was the same no matter who he attacked. But if he were to shift to a side, it would result in two consequences. Daoist Guishi and Daoist Lin Kuan would have some misgivings when they attacked. Because of these misgivings, there would be a slight delay in their attacks. Similarly, Daoist Huia would naturally think that Lin Kuan wouldn't be his primary target because of the distance between them. Hence, he would have a slight delay in his attacks. The three of them were accumulating their strength at the same time. It was obvious that they were going to attack at the same time. His deviation created a slight delay in time. This little bit of time could save many lives, especially the swordsman who was in the middle of the battle between Guishi and Lin Kuan, because what he really wanted to attack was Huya. This was not a matter of who was pleasing to the eye, nor was it a matter of whether immortal Huya was the leader. The core of the problem was this guy's treasured weapon. One side of the die was actually a star. Playing with stars in front of him, was he courting death? This was a tactic. Before drawing his sword, he accurately weighed every aspect of the battle, from the physical to the psychological. This was what he was good at, an unparalleled killing technique. The three Yuanying cultivators simultaneously arrived at the highest point. With a shout from Daoist Huya, the three of them simultaneously unleashed their taboo skills. But just as he was about to open his mouth, Lu Xiaoyi nimbly moved forward and snatched it away. The direction of the robbery was in the direction of Lin Kuan and Daoist Guishi. This gave them the misconception that the culprit was definitely moving towards one of them. Naturally, he reserved 30% of his strength when casting the forbidden spell, all for the sake of receiving the swordsman's ghostly slash. The sword light shot out like lightning. Materialized sword. Big Dipper. Target, Daoist Huya. One side of the star. Body forward, sword backward. Looking at your chest, I'll spank your ass. This was the true essence of manipulating the sword. Lu Xiaoyi's style had long been engraved into his blood and bones. The moment Daoist Huya released his forbidden spell, he immediately knew that something was wrong. The brilliance of the die expanded once again, forming the highest form of defense. He was also a crafty person. This forbidden spell could be retracted and released at will. Even if the swordsman was far away, he did not let down his guard. As for his companions, what's wrong with killing a fellow Daoist but not himself? With the exquisiteness of the die, he could instantly transfer most of the defensive energy from the other five sides to one side. As for the swordsman's attack, he did not even put it in his eyes. Was his treasured weapon, Huya, as simple as it looked? Such a defensive form was enough to deal with any kind of attack. Even if there was a slight chance, it would still provide him with precious time to convert the forbidden spell into another powerful defensive technique. Double insurance, absolutely foolproof. After roaming the universe for so many years, this move of his had even blocked the attack of a true monarch. No matter how monstrous a Jindan was, how could he be stronger than a true monarch by 2 levels? His control was flawless. The power of the die was incomparably smooth. The power of the mountain, the sea of clouds, the plants, the beasts, and even the humans were all channeled into the 6th side of the star. For a moment, the stars shone brightly like a river of stars, filled with endless power. In the dazzling starlight, the river of stars and the flying sword collided head-on. In the next moment, Daoist Huaye's body shattered into countless stars. Those were the countless pieces of flesh that were stained with the light of the stars. It really formed a waterfall of stars. Under the illumination of the Dao vanishing background, it emitted a mesmerizing color. The commotion here fell into everyone's eyes. Everyone stopped what they were doing, including the 100 swordsmen and the remaining 2 Shanglin Yuanying. They did not even have the desire to struggle. How could a Jindan stage cultivator use such a sharp flying sword? Even a true monarch would not be able to do so, right? Most importantly of all, the guy did not grit his teeth, nor did his face turn red. There was no sign that he was about to unleash his potential at all. He simply slashed his sword casually while taking a stroll and executed the strongest defense form of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Complete silence. The swordsman's eyes were filled with worship. This kind of swordsmanship, this kind of swordsman, was truly worth following. The 2 Yuanying's hearts were like dead ashes. They were the same as Daoist Huaye. They also had a backup plan. Once they felt that something was wrong, they immediately stopped. Otherwise, if they were killed by this murderer, how could they still be alive? They did not know that the reason why they could stop was actually because of the swordsman's tactical control. They also did not know that the reason why Daoist Huaye died so miserably, so cleanly, was because of himself. His enhanced version of the star dice had successfully sent himself to the gates of hell. The only advantage was that he did not feel any pain or fear, and he could die resolutely and decisively. But now, their fighting spirit was not there. With such a murderer in the sword, they were very clear that they would not be able to win. He waved his hand and signaled the 3 swordsmen to leave first. The upper forest Yuanying had lost his fighting spirit. He should stop now. After beating you up, I have to make you remember my kindness and think that I am reasonable. That is the highest level of fighting. The 3 of them faced each other in the air. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The lone bloodline is in a difficult situation. In order to survive and prevent endless troubles in the future, I decided to use Upper Forest Valley as an example. This junior acted recklessly and casually. I hope that the 2 seniors can forgive me on account of my young age. In the future in the universe, this junior may have to trouble the 2 seniors. We can't always fight to the death like this, right? The first half of his sentence was very sincere. In fact, others could guess it even if he did not say it. It was nothing more than killing the chicken to warn the monkey, so that others who wanted to make a move on Xiao Ying would have a mental preparation. If they wanted to make a move, they had to think about Upper Forest Valley. The second half of his sentence meant that if he became a nascent soul, he would have to rely on the 2 of them to take care of him in the universe. Considering that he did not need the so-called care now, the meaning of the threat was very obvious. If he did not bury the hatchet, who knows who would cause trouble for whom in the future in the universe? With his current strength, was there a need to think so much? Chapter 919. P.S. It's going to be the new year soon. I'm running out of food at home. Not to mention the smell of oil, even the cabbage has to be counted in slices. Dear readers, please do me a favor and let some slip through your fingers. In the sea of clouds outside the 7 continents of Shanglin, a Taoist was flying on a cloud. He was in a bad mood as the development of the situation was beyond his imagination. He was also struggling because a perfected cultivator was involved in a dispute at the level of Jindan. If this were to spread, he would not be able to defend himself. Even if it was theoretically his own inland valley, the development of the situation was still worse than he had imagined. Under the situation where the gold core cultivators had the upper hand, they were slaughtered like dogs. Another nascent soul cultivator was killed when he attacked, and the remaining two simply pretended to be cowards. From the beginning to the end, the Shanglin cultivators were the ones being pushed to the ground in this battle at the entrance of Shanglin. This could not happen. Even if he would be known as a bully, he had to stand up. Otherwise, Shanglin Valley would not be able to stand on its own in the future. If anyone dared to harass, threaten, and kill them, what was the point of having a racetrack? He had already thought it through. Slaughtering this group of people was not advisable. It was a recipe for disaster. He could not even kill the leader because he had another identity as a disciple of the free and unfettered travel sect. However, he had to kill some of the individual swordsmen. They had no roots and no backing. Killing some of them would leave an impression on the others that Shanglin Valley was not a place where anyone could come and go freely. How to control the scale was something a grand cultivator like him had to consider. He could not let these people return in one piece. If they returned, Shanglin's 7 continents would lose face. This distance was nothing to a perfected cultivator. He was confident that he could stop these people before they left Shanglin Valley. However, there was a faint presence in front of him that was cutting him off. A Taoist appeared in his sight. Theoretically, he should have sensed him before he saw him. However, seeing and feeling in sync meant that he was already in the other party's perception. In other words, he was within the other party's attack range. Perfected lords were a very small circle. There were very few perfected lords in Juzian who did not know them. When perfected Lord Hu Ya saw this person, he could not help but narrow his eyes, his heart pounding. This person in front of him was not a perfected lord from a side door, but a powerful perfected lord from Taishen Middle Yellow. Perfected Lord Taishen was all smiles. The moment he saw perfected Lord Hu Ya, it was as if he had seen an old friend. Old friends meeting each other is especially intimate. Since we're in Upper Forest, as the host, you should treat me to a few drinks. After he finished speaking, he walked away, not even giving the guest a chance to refuse. How could true Lord Hu Ya not understand what he meant? This was a clear message to him: don't make a move, don't stick your head out. Let's all have a drink and save some face. Otherwise, true monarch Hu Ya was frowning. He could not refuse, and he could not shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because he was a yin master, while the other party was a primordial spirit. He was from the unorthodox sect, while the other party was from the upper sect. But why was it perfected Lord Taishen? Not the real unfettered immortal? Did Taoists start to wear the same long johns? Perfected Lord Lin Quan approached from another direction. Similarly, an aura blocked his way. Although he did not know who it was, the Qingwei vital qi that was highly recognizable in Juzian could not be fake. A voice said rudely, "Back off. The damage in Upper Forest is but 100 years of suffering. Know your shame and change. There's still room for a comeback. Otherwise, if you insist on going your own way, when the nest is overturned, how can any egg remain intact?" Perfected Lord Lin Quan was in a miserable state. What did it mean to know shame? Wasn't it just being too close to Buddhism? This perfected lord of Qingwei immortal sect was a blatant threat. This was not strange. Among the 7 Daoist sects, Taoist Qingwei had always been known for being overbearing. If he dared to take another step forward, it would be a battle. The problem was, could he beat him? The walking monk had a fat head and big ears. In the upper realm of Juzian, he was a very special existence. His Buddhist cultivation had reached the peak, and few people could reach the level of perfected lord. However, he did not belong to the 2 major Buddhist sects. He had always been alone and did not like to roam the universe. However, he liked to mingle in the mortal world. This was also one of the characteristics of Buddhism. They could not leave their faith and preferred places with people. 2 auras came from the front. One was unfettered and unruly, while the other was mysterious. They did not move forward nor did they dodge. They just stayed in the air without saying a word. However, their true meaning could not be more obvious. The monk played in the mortal world. He could pick up and let go, and he could do anything shamelessly. This old monk has eaten something bad recently. Even my brain is muddled. Isn't this the direction to Lan Lu? Why did I come to Upper Forest? Did I go the wrong way? He turned around and left without hesitation. Lu Xiaoyi and his group of swordsmen knew nothing about this. They rushed as fast as lightning toward their target, little land of Hua. That was a stable place that never participated in the internal conflicts of the realm. It was known for its permanent neutrality. They would leave through the spatial rift there and directly return to Jiaoying realm. After doing such a big thing, if 100 Jindan were still wandering in the sea of clouds, that would be the real suicide. The gamblers also went their separate ways there. Very soon, everything that happened in Upper Forest would spread throughout the entire realm. It would become the most explosive example of an internal conflict in recent years. It would also let everyone understand the current attitude of Jiaoying Sword Palace when it came to plotting against them. There were benefits. All the conspirators would think carefully before they acted. Was it worth it to take the initiative to provoke these lunatics? Of course, most of the small forces that did not have any immediate interests would choose not to participate. There were also disadvantages. A tall tree attracts the wind, and if one was popular, there would be trouble. Especially for Lu Xiaoyi, who was the leader. No one knew what was waiting for him. A few months later, Lu Xiaoyi was meditating. After tens of years of hard work, and with the support of the constellation Ocean Treasure Mirror, his cultivation had reached the late stage of Jindan. He was only one step away, but no matter what, he could not take this step. He did not know where the problem lay. In terms of swordsmanship, his imagination was wild and unrestrained, but in terms of cultivation techniques, he was a little slow. Relatively speaking, it was very difficult for him to find the right path for himself. Just like now, he was stuck, but he did not know how to deal with it. His cultivation level was his shortcoming. Outside the hall, an aura approached, and a voice came. Sina Fei Sho requests an audience with the Sword Master. After the battle in Upper Forest, everyone had unanimously changed their titles of leader, Master Lu, and so on. Because it was not appropriate and formal, it could not express their feelings of respect. Now that everyone was calling him the Sword Master, this group was starting to have a real soul. Lu Xiaoyi did not say anything. He only quietly looked at the swordsman in front of him. His talent in swordsmanship was not bad. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become one of the managers. Unfortunately, I am from the human sect. Like Carefree Travel, the human sect also has its own sword vein. It is just that it is not as high profile. The Heaven and Earth chessboard was sent by the sect. Of course, I am also very willing to do so. I want to contribute to the sword vein. When the new Shaking Shadow was established, the sect sent me to report. Their intention was to keep track of the Shaking Shadow's movements at all times, because this could affect the attitude of the other Tao veins. I have nothing to do with Buddhism, but I have indeed sent a message to the human sect. I hope that the sect can provide us with assistance in Upper Forest, especially at the higher levels. As a swordsman, I am actually undercover in the sword vein. This is a disgrace. I have let my brothers down. I will not object to the Sword Master's punishment. Chapter 920. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He knew that this person was telling the truth. Just like the other two, Heiju and Duanji Yu, one was sent by Yuansha Cave, the other was entrusted by Taishen Middle Yellow. He already knew that for swordsmen, it was very difficult for someone like Jin Dan to be controlled or roped in by Buddhism. On the contrary, Taoism had an innate advantage in this aspect, because the sword vein was also a branch of Taoism. He was also sure that there were people sent by other swordsman sects among the remaining swordsmen. It was just that they were more cautious, or for some other reason, they were not exposed. There must be people from Qingwei Immortal sect among them, and Slug would definitely tell him not to send any messages. That bastard. Kill them all. Chase them all out. No matter how muddle-headed he was, he would not do such a stupid thing. On the contrary, since the new Shaking Shadow had connections with various Dao sects, why not make this connection semi-public? Semi-rational? When they really needed help, it would be better to have these fellows speak up for them instead of him doing it himself. In fact, Wasn't he also a spy of the Carefree Travel Association? He did not dislike being a spy at all now, because he was the biggest spy in Juzian. Not only was he a spy in Shaking Shadow, he was also a spy in Xiao Yaroyu, and even in the upper realm of Juzian. Being a spy was a very honorable profession. There was nothing to be ashamed of. You're the last one to come. Heiju is from Primeval, Duanjiyu is Taishen's lackey. What about you? You're from the unfamiliar human sect, and I'm from Carefree Travel. And I know that the remaining sects, Creation Innumerable, Yellow Court Sect, and Qing Wei Immortal Sect, all have people here. Fei Shuo was very embarrassed. She did not know what the Sword Master meant. Lu Xiaoyi harumphed. Our new Shaking Shadow realm was not established to target anyone. It's not Taoism, and it's not even Buddhism. We just want to live according to the swordsman's way of life, that's all. But I thought that you didn't want to destroy the new Shaking Shadow sect, and that you were just hesitating between the Shaking Shadow sect and the original sect. Fei Shuo said firmly, Sword Master, please believe me. I have never thought of harming Yarrow Ying, because I've always believed that I was a member of the shadow shaking stage. I'm willing to work for the human sect, and similarly, I'm willing to die for the sword vein. If there's a conflict between the two, I'd rather end my own life than let down the sword vein. Lu Xiaoyi facepalmed. Heiju and Broken Bones are also like what you said. This is difficult. A good woman doesn't marry two husbands. Some things are easy to think of and easy to say, but when you really meet with a problem, it's very difficult. These days, you guys haven't had it easy, right? Fei Shuo nodded bitterly. During the battle in the upper forest, the three of them were thrown out of the sword formation. This had already aroused the suspicions of some people. For example, Che Xie, Song Rong, Zhu Fan, and the others were all sensitive people. However, there were some suspicions that should not be voiced out by them. Lu Xiaoyi thought for a while. Why don't we do this? Why don't we just set up a shadow shaking contact office? You'll be the leader. With Heiju and Broken Bones, we'll half open the contact with your original sect. You guys will be the liaison. Then slowly dig out the other rats for me. Why are you all hiding? What are you doing? Fei Shuo's eyes brightened. Was this not chasing them away? But, what should we contact? Lu Xiaoyi pointed out, contact what? You can't do this. You're not competent at all. The so-called liaison is to ask for support from your sect before a fight. No matter if it's in the open or in the dark, old or young. When you're not fighting, go back and complain about being poor. Good or bad, old or new, meat or vegetables, bring them all here. From big things like floating rafts to small things like needles and threads, I don't mind. Say nice things like how the Sword Master admires Tao, how he's full of admiration and gratitude towards your respective sect, and how he's willing to stand on the front line against Buddhism for the survival of Taoists. Of course, you can say nice things, but don't accept missions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Fei Shuo's forehead was sweating. He could see that he was going to be a double agent. But it didn't matter, right? He had to admit that this was a good way to remove the psychological burden on both sides. Shadow-shaking cultivators were so small and poor, while their sect was so big. It shouldn't be a big deal to swindle some things over, right? It wasn't like he was the only one who was swindling. Everyone was swindling. After sending Fei Shuo away, Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. The cultivation world was complicated. How could it be so easy to separate them? In the cultivation world, it was impossible to make a clear distinction between one and the other. Take himself for example. He was very complicated and had many secrets that he didn't dare to tell others. But this didn't affect his love for the sword. Just as Fei Shuo left, another old man came in. Taoist Master Maro had a worried look on his face. Just now, I received a meeting from Taoists. They want to invite the Master of Shadow Shaking Sword Palace to participate in the Buddhist ceremony that will be held on the 10,000 Buddha continent 3 months later, the Yulan Buddhist Assembly. What do you think? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. What do I think? It has nothing to do with me. Senior, you should go. Your realm is just right. Is it appropriate for a small Jin Dan like me to participate in that? Taoist Master Mao's eyes bulged. You really know how to push it. They specifically asked you to go. What's the matter with me going? Lu Xiaoyi was a little surprised. They asked me to go. Wait, could it be a Hongmen banquet? Is this the Buddhist idea? Or is it the Taoists' idea? Taoist Master Mao spread his hands. I don't know either. Why don't you go back to carefree travel and ask? But from what I see, the Buddhist and Taoists probably want you to go too. But you don't have to worry. It's not just you. There's a big group of people. Just the Taoists alone will send people from all the Taoists. There will be perfected monarchs and perfected masters. These are the main invitees. There will be a few Jindan too. You guys have been to the Taipu realm before. Lu Xiaoyi still didn't understand. Is the Yulan Buddhist assembly that important? Did they invite Taoists in the past? What level are the invitees usually at? Senior, you have to explain it to me clearly. I have a bad feeling about this. Taoist Master Mao snorted. This guy was extremely daring. Was there anything he didn't dare to do? Bad feeling? He was just too lazy to lift his butt. He had caused too much trouble. This was like a shadow cat wintering. The Yulan Buddhist Assembly is held once every 100 years. It is held alternately between the 10,000 Buddhas and ascetic meditation continents. At that time, the 10,000 Buddhas will gather and there will be countless believers. It is the most important assembly of the Buddhist lineage. To the two Buddhist sects, this is a must. The Taoists are also invited to attend. This is a matter of courtesy, just like how the Taoists will also invite the eminent monks of the Buddhist sects to attend the assembly. Every Taoist sect will be invited without exception. The number of people will be decided by themselves. Usually, there will be 1 or 2 perfected monarchs and a few Yuanying representative. The remaining 3,000 unorthodox sects will also be invited, depending on how close they are to the Buddhist lineage and so on. There will definitely be no danger. For such a Buddhist assembly, the host is most concerned about the safety of the cultivators, especially the safety of the Taoists. It's just like how we must protect the monks when we hold the Buddhist assembly. When can't you kill someone? Why must you do it now? Chapter 921. But this time, there's something fishy. If the Buddhist sect had invited the side sects to participate, they would have sent the invitation directly to Yaoying, and it would be up to you to decide whether to go or not. But the one they sent you was not an invitation, but a message. In other words, it was the Tao lineage that requested you to go, but you can't make the decision yourself. Once the message is sent, you can't reject it unless there's something special. Lu Xiaoyi still wanted to act shamelessly. What do you mean by something special? The old Taoist master chuckled. For example, if I kill you now, that would be called a special. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. What you mean is, although this Buddhist assembly is a fixed event, it might also be used to resolve the disputes between Buddhism and Taoism that have been getting more and more intense in recent years. Taoist Master Mao looked at him. This macaque, nothing could be hidden from him. Previously, he was just playing dumb with him. The disputes between Taoism and Buddhism are secretive but not public. It's like a deep pool of water where the fishes fight happily, but they never show it on the surface. But in recent years, there was the heaven and earth chess game of Yaoying, the hidden killing intent of Taisu, and the subtle targeting of the Xiong-Lin. In the long run, the differences between Taoism and Buddhism will be magnified, bloody, and public. It's not a good thing for anyone. Therefore, this Yulan Buddhist assembly is an excuse for both sides to sit together and negotiate, control their emotions, and regulate their action. This is the wish of both sides, and they hit it off immediately. That's why you Jindan stage cultivators have to go as well. Those people are also making a move in the Taipu realm. And you, every time, you're the main force in causing trouble. Every time, you don't pull back and fight to be the first. Others can choose not to go, but you can't not go. Is it a joint hearing of the 3 sects? Lu Xiaoyi's face turned bitter. He really had a bad premonition, and this time, it was not a subconscious act of fooling around. In Jindan, There were not many things that could cause a cultivator to be impulsive. Usually, it was related to one's own foundation, life, path, and future. His intercepted luck group now was completely different from when it was first formed, and his ability was naturally different from before. But ever since he formed the pill, he had never felt so strongly. Even when the perfected Yuanying forced his memories back in the sea of clouds outside Red Hill, he did not feel any real danger. However, it was different this time. That was a very real feeling, an unmistakable ominous feeling. What was waiting for him? He didn't know. He only vaguely felt that it wasn't entirely a matter of his own life. There was something different. It was very special and inexplicable. How could he not go? Of course not. This was not the dome, nor was it Xiao Mountain. If he wanted to survive here, he could only face it head-on. There was no room for retreat. Otherwise, he would be despised by both Taoists and Buddhists at the same time. Furthermore, he had over 100 swordsman brothers. His future was their future. Just leave. Where should he go? Drilling through space cracks. I'll go to 1,000 Buddhas for a drink and see if I can get to know 1 or 2 beautiful nuns. You guys can take care of your own matters. Whether you want to practice swordsman or go out to flirt, I don't care. Decide for yourselves. Xie nodded solemnly. We're not kids anymore. We've been in the cultivation world for hundreds of years. We know what's important. In the past, when these people killed people and caused trouble, they knew to find a place to hide for a few years. How can they retreat now? The matter of Upper Forest has not been resolved yet. Hundreds of Jindan and a Yuanying, this debt can't be written off just like that. We all understand. Swordmaster, you can go in peace. It's fine even if you enter the nunnery to sharpen your sword. Xie was steady and had a good reputation among the swordsmen. Lu Xiaoyi was not worried. It was just that after being with him for so long, his words were a little strange. What did he mean by sharpening his sword? Did he think he was stupid? He didn't drag his feet and just left. There was no point in waiting here. If he couldn't settle down, he might as well go back to Xiaoyaro Mountain to inquire about the news and find something to do. After hundreds of years of cultivation, this was the first time that he couldn't calm down. What earth-shattering event was waiting for him? Moreover, at his level, he couldn't bear too big a burden. He couldn't even go out of the universe. The only good news was that he was able to meet Qing Xian. At least they could help each other. In his hundreds of years of cultivation, he had never had the thought of relying on others. No matter how difficult the situation was, he would always face it alone. What was going on this time? In the Great Freedom Hall, Lu Xiaoyi and Zhenren Zhao sat opposite each other. Xiaoyaro Tour, led by my Yang Shen, there will be 5 Supremes, 12 Yuanying, and 1 Jindan. Aren't you excited that everyone is revolving around you? Lu Xiaoyi put on a fake smile. How can I be? I'm just carrying bags, carrying water, and acting as a pimp. It's just that there are too many ancestors. I'm afraid it's not easy to serve them. Zhenren Zhao laughed and scolded, you can only cause trouble. Wherever you go, you'll bring disaster. My tens of thousands of years of tranquility in Xiaoyaro Tour was actually pulled into a whirlpool by a small Jindan. You should be proud. Lu Xiaoyi was careful. Martial uncle, was it like this in the past? Zhenren Zhao became serious. For tens of thousands of years, the Buddhist Yulan Buddhist Assembly and my Xiaoyaro Tour have always had 1 supremacy and 2 Yuanying. A supremacy is just a yin shen. It's a matter of giving face. So, what do you think? Lu Xiaoyi was very surprised. This is a coincidence. Is everyone very free? What about the other Daoist sects? Zhenren Zhao didn't smile. He stared at him. I'll only say one. Qingwei Immortal Sect has always been the leader of Taoism. It has always sent 2 Supremes to participate in the Buddhist Assembly. This time, it sent 9 Supremes. It's also led by Yang Shen. When the wind blows, there's bound to be a trace. Lu Xiaoyi was a little uneasy. He had created some stories in the dispute between Buddhism and Taoism, becoming the most unstable part of the Juxian upper realm. But it shouldn't have attracted the attention of these great cultivators, right? It was a little too much. His little heart thumped. If you say it like that, this disciple really can't bear it. Is there no other reason? For example, the 10,000 Buddhas marrying off their daughter? Zhenren Zhao glared at this nonsensical thing. I don't know either. It's just that I've been feeling uneasy recently, but I don't know where the trouble came from. Where did the omen come from? Recently, you've been jumping the happiest in Xiaoyaro Tour. Lu Xiaoyi cried out. Jumping the happiest may not be the true source. Martial uncle, the ones you really have to be careful of in the cultivation world are those who are evil. Zhenren Zhao waved his hand. Go, just wait. The cultivators who are going to the Yulan Buddhist Assembly this time are all top cultivators with powerful strength. Even I don't have the qualifications to go. But you don't have to worry. With so many Daoist great cultivators going, your little life won't be a problem at all. At most, you'll be pulled out and criticized as a warning to others. Lu Xiaoyi left resentfully, but he wasn't frightened by Zhenren Zhao. With so many great cultivators going together, even if he, Lu Xiaoyi, was really unpardonably evil, for the sake of Taoism's face, these great cultivators would definitely ensure his safety. But why did Zhenren Zhao also feel uneasy? Inferring from this, was it because everyone felt uneasy, so they formed a team to go to the 10,000 Buddha continent? Was it because the source of the unease was there? Chapter 922. Lu Xiaoyi had nothing to do on Xiaoyaro Mountain. He didn't even have someone to talk to. Senior Ka wasn't on the mountain, and Fan Tong and the others had gone to the outer land. He really didn't know many of the remaining people. He couldn't settle down to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to break through the late Jin Dan, let alone in this state of absent-mindedness. This wasn't right. It was as if his feeling was stronger than the others. At the very least, it was stronger than Daoist Master Zhao's. He knew that he had hit the invisible wall of Dan Kai's emptiness. In other words, although his Jindan wasn't full yet, the Jindan itself believed that it was already in a state of overflowing. It couldn't hold any extra. This emptiness state was the most difficult stage of Jindan. For some people, it didn't exist, but for others, it was difficult to cross. In the cultivation world, there were no specific methods to deal with this. There were no corresponding techniques, pills, or tools to help. This was because this was actually a subconscious spiritual category. To solve it, only the cultivator could think of a way. At this time, the elders would often advise the Jindan to travel around the world to broaden their minds, experience the world of mortals, and experience life and death. There were all kinds of stimulating methods. There were no precedents, and it was determined by the person. The only guidance was to not be deliberate. Don't learn from others. Only by forgetting your own emptiness barrier could you overcome it. Forgetting. Easier said than done. He decided to find something for himself to do. Although it was less than 3 months, there was still enough time for him to travel between the continents. Although Daoist Master Zhao was somewhat dissatisfied and thought that he should stay in Xiaoyaro Mountain and wait, because of the philosophy of Xiaoyaro travel, he couldn't stop the disciples from living normally. After stipulating that he couldn't go to the other continents, he still agreed to his request. Half a month later, he appeared at the mountain gate of Huangting Taoism. This was his first time here. Among all the Daoist sects, he had the deepest connection with the Yellow Court. In the Yuanan Palace Hall of Huangting Taoism, which was used to receive outsiders, he handed over his Xiaoyaro knot. Jin Dan, who was sitting in the hall, immediately stood up when he saw this. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. In the upper realm of Juzian, Jin Dan's single ear had almost become a legend. Senior Marshal Brother Shan, what brings you here? Was he looking for someone? Or on official business? I, your junior brother, have admired senior brother's great name for a long time, so I definitely won't dare to slight you. After some pleasantries, the Golden Hall Realm cultivator entered the main topic. It's a private matter. I am an old friend of your sect's senior sister Xia Bingji. I hope you can let me visit you. The meaning behind the Golden Hall Realm cultivator's words was deep. Senior Sister Xia, there are too many cultivators from the outer Dao that want to be friends with her, but who is truly able to fulfill their wish? What old friend? Isn't he just attracted by her reputation? In Huangting Taoism, there were many cultivators that came rashly like this. Senior Sister usually found it difficult to even see her own family, let alone outsiders. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine to directly refuse this type of person. But the single ear of Xiaoyaro Swim wasn't an ordinary Jin Dan. Up until now, it wasn't excessive to say that it was the number one pill in Juzian, right? This was the benefit of reputation. The Golden Hall Realm cultivator sent out a letter, and in less than 10 minutes, a letter was sent back. That cultivator was extremely apologetic. Senior Marshal Brother Shan, I've disappointed you. Senior Sister Xia is in seclusion at Jade Cliff and has already died. What do you think? Dying was the karma of the mortal world. No matter how unrelated it was, it naturally wasn't intentionally targeted at him. It was the self-encouragement of cultivators to break through to the realm of absolute death, and it was also a type of attitude. Either die or yuanying. Otherwise, all sorts of things in the mortal world would be fated, and it would be death closed-door cultivation. Xiaoyaro Swim also had a similar saying, and he had long heard of it. Under this kind of situation, even if the sky fell, it wasn't good to disturb, because it meant that you might affect a cultivator's future. Feeling a little sentimental, he took out a ring. There are some old things of Senior Sister here. When Senior Sister comes out, please pass them to her. The Golden Hall Realm cultivator received it with a serious expression. I won't pass them to you. Even Yuanan Hall has records of this kind of artifact, so there's no possibility of losing it or forgetting it, unless she died. This Golden Hall Realm cultivator could also be considered to have seen that this Xiaoyaro single ear probably really had an old relationship with Senior Sister Xia. However, as a gatekeeper, he had no way of knowing how old the relationship was. Since she was truly an old friend and not a womanizer, he naturally respected her even more. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The things in the spatial ring were things that Xia Bingji had pawned when little Lu and Sir Rust were living in poverty. Xia Bingji left in a hurry, probably because she was afraid that he would catch up to her at that time, so she didn't have time to redeem them. These things had always been in his own immortal's cave on Xiaoyaro Mountain, and they weren't by his side when he met Yaro Ying last time, so he had nothing to return. But now, he should give them to her. Then, is fellow Daoistian Ya here? I have an old relationship with her as well. I heard that she's injured and hasn't come to visit for such a long time, so I feel guilty in my heart. Please help me notify her. Daoist Huang Ting was secretly astonished. Not bad, not only is this senior brother Shan's sword technique extraordinary, his method of making friends is extraordinary as well. He didn't miss a single one of the two most beautiful flowers in the Golden Hall realm. Senior brother, please wait a moment. He sent out a letter once more, yet he was truly unable to restrain the questions in his heart and started to beat around the bush. Lu Xiaoyi had a good temper as well, and he played it down. It was a matter of a few tens of years ago. At that time, the two of you were still working in the small front court, and you had an intersection when dealing with a theft case. Daoist Huang Ting came to a sudden understanding. This was indeed a matter that was relatively long ago. Since they were able to wait so long before coming to visit, their relationship was probably not as he imagined. Has the great thief been caught? Not yet. This person was cunning, and later on, he became a friend. In next to no time, an express letter was sent back. The Daoist was very happy as well, because it was good news this time. Senior brother Shan, if Senior Sister Yin has something to say, let's meet at the Green Seedling Nursery. I will lead the way for Senior brother. The Green Seedling Nursery was the private property of the Yin family of Huangting Taoism. Normally, they wouldn't meet outsiders here. To be able to receive an invitation meant that they had a close relationship. When Lu Xiaoyi walked in, he only felt that his breathing had become lighter. In the thick spiritual vigor, there was also a trace of thriving vitality mixed in. There were all kinds of green seedlings here. When they grew to a certain extent, they would be moved to the field to be sown. The entire nursery was like a thick layer of green carpet. It was pure green without a trace of other colors. From afar, there were only 2 or 3 small wooden houses dotting the nursery. Because of the entanglement of the vines, the wooden houses couldn't be seen in their original color, as if they were green bulges. Occasionally, green kingfishers would fly by and peck at the green flesh worms. Their eyes were filled with green as if they reflected the sky green. Silence was the main tone of this place. In such an environment, it wasn't good to casually use divine sense to explore. If he accidentally saw a few female farmers bathing, it would be troublesome. However, he wasn't a quiet person, and he wouldn't become quiet just because it was quiet here. Instead, he raised his voice. A duck. Your brother is here, and you still haven't served me with good wine and meat. Your place is really not that good. I'm afraid that if I stay here for too long, even my hat will be dyed green. Chapter 923. P.S. It's the last day of the 20th year. Friends who have tickets, don't hide them. They will expire tomorrow. If everyone subscribes to the monthly tickets today, Old Fallen's update tonight might give everyone a surprise. A voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. You're still the same. No wonder everyone in the domain wants to beat you up. You just wait there. Don't trample on my green seedlings. Wait for me to bathe and change my clothes. Lu Xiaoyi roared back. Do you want a back scrub? I'm professional and skilled. I accept additional customization and special services. When Yin Ya appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyi, dressed in white, looking like a fairy floating in the wind, her beauty unmatched in her generation, this fellow's words mercilessly shattered Miss Yin's meticulously designed appearance. So, all the greenery in the garden is just to set off your white clothes. I think the real beauty is that you are also dressed in green, but still stand out among the greenery. Yin Ya tilted her head. Then what should I do? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. You shouldn't ask me. You should ask those kingfishers. Yin Ya was even more confused. Why ask them? Lu Xiaoyi was ready to escape. Because even if the garden is green, they can accurately find the green bugs in the grass. Sigh, don't do it. You can't blame me if you break the grass. Reuniting after such a long time was a joyous occasion, especially for Yin Ya. She could hear those disgusting words again. I heard you were injured. Why are you so stupid? Don't you need a blood connection to drive it? We're not even husband and wife. Yin Ya pointed at him. You want to take advantage of me again? Even if we're husband and wife, we don't have a blood connection, right? Lu Xiaoyi played dumb. How would you know if you don't try? You deserve to be injured. Yin Ya ignored his crazy words. You've made quite a name for yourself these past few years. You're almost the idol of the young Jin Dan generation. It's a pity that I can't go out. Otherwise, I would have gone to look for you. Lu Xiaoyi flatly refused. You better not come. With you around, we'll all be in trouble. What's wrong? Judging from your current aura, are you preparing to break through to the Yuanying stage? Yin Ya nodded. Do you hate me? Do you know that I'm actually using you to practice? Lu Xiaoyi was very surprised. Training? How are you going to train alone? This matter seems to have to be handled by both sides, right? Yin Ya sighed. You're always so shameless. It was not a dual cultivation technique, but a very special emotion-severing technique. You need me to fall in love with someone. I need to completely and truly fall in love with them. Then, I need to sever the shackles in my heart and achieve the great Tao. However, isn't this very cruel to you? Lu Xiaoyi thought for a moment. I've heard of this cultivation method before. But didn't they need to become husband and wife first before beheading? I think it's useless even if you do it now, because there are no emotions at all, so how can you be heartless? Cruel? What was so cruel about it? I've only lost a tree, but I still have the entire forest. Yin Ya looked at him in a daze and sighed in her heart. Her emotion-severing technique was a very special Great Tao technique. It was not the mainstream cultivation method of the Huangting Taoism, but because of her extremely special soul constitution, the ancestor had specially found this cultivation method for her. This was a good thing, But the problem was that she needed to find a medium that could be used to sever her emotions. She could not just make up the numbers, nor could she deliberately seek it out. She had searched for hundreds of years without finding it, but she finally found it one time when she was catching a bandit. There were many times when she had almost given up on her own cultivation method, just to enjoy the emotions that were hard to come by as a human. But she had persevered. She had not gone to the shadow-shaking realm for decades, to the place where he was the local tyrant. But this was still not enough. She had not truly severed that last bit of attachment, so she still could not break through to the next realm. Go find him? Or continue to wait? She had been hesitating this entire time. She was worried that if she really went out, she would never be able to come back. She was worried that she would be able to face the life that would make her blood boil with passion with him. She had someone she loved and exciting experiences. In front of these things, was it really that important whether or not she could achieve the so-called Great Tao? While she was struggling, this person had finally come, giving her the chance to make a final decision. Duo, what kind of person are you? Do you care about me? If it's possible, will you marry me? Lu Xiaoyi also looked at her and said seriously, I care. Of course I'll marry you. But that doesn't mean that I won't help those women who have lost their way in the future. Yin Huaye was speechless. You actually dare to talk about such filthy things in such a dignified manner. You don't have the slightest bit of guilt. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. You said that you wanted to hear the truth. Let me tell you a secret. As a man, my words are the voice of all men. No matter what they say, what they think in their hearts is the same as what I say. Yin Huaye stared at him. If Sister Bing were to do it, would you be the same? Lu Xiaoyi did not evade her gaze. It would be the same no matter who it is. Even if she's a real fairy. For men, whether they're beautiful or ugly, fat or thin, good or bad, it doesn't matter. The key is that what you haven't tasted before is the best. Yin Huaye sighed. I know that you want to help me sever my emotions. But the more you do this, the more I can't sever them. Duo, can I go with you? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Welcome. But we need to establish a blood connection, right? You know that I like to fight. Danger is always around me. With your lotus bridge, it's more convenient for me to escape. Yin Huaye's eyes turned even more blurry. Duo, you always say things like that, as though you are the worst person in the world. But I know that's not the case. What you say is different from what you think in your heart. You want to help me, but the more you do this, the more it messes up my heart. The two of them repeated the endless emotional game that had been played since the beginning of the human race. The more shameless and disgusting Lu Xiaoyi was, the more reluctant Yin Huaye was to let him go. This was the biggest problem in the depths of her soul, a perverted reverse psychology. The Yin family's young god ancestor had probably seen through this, which was why he let her practice the emotion-severing cultivation technique. This was a decision to put her in a desperate situation. If not, Jindan would be Yin Huaye's iron top. A day later, the teary-eyed Yin Huaye had almost completely given up on her cultivation problem. She was focused on starting a new life. She wanted to be a husband and wife, be in love with each other, and grow old together. She stood up. Because of her absent-mindedness, she became a little weak. She looked at Lu Xiaoyi affectionately and said softly, I've decided. You can go. I want to sever my emotions and break through to the next realm. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and left. He did not say anything else. After this day, he was exhausted. It was even more tiring than yuaniying. Who created this cultivation technique? He was so bored that his head hurt. Did he have nothing better to do? He finally persevered to the trace of rebellion in the depths of Yin Huaye's soul. When he flew out of the green seedling garden, an old man dressed as an old farmer was weeding. He looked at Lu Xiaoyi, wrinkled his old face and smiled. Thank you, young man. Chapter 924. What's there to thank me for? I'm just telling the truth. He had always felt that something was wrong with Yin Huaye. So this was the result. Fortunately, it was a perfect ending and he had no regrets. He had nothing to be disappointed about. The only regret was that this woman's so-called emotional severing was too illusory and not realistic at all. You should at least be an old friend before severing your emotional state, right? You won't lose any resources and the effect will be better, right? Since everything was over, he had no more worries. He didn't stay and went straight back to Xiaoyao. He hid in the cave and tried to break through the barrier. Although he didn't gain anything, his state of mind had finally calmed down. On this day, a clear ray of light shone down and a murmur entered their ears. Knowing that the time had come, they flew up into the air and saw 5 perfected sovereigns and 12 nascent soul cultivators waiting in the air. They didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly flew over to the back of the group. It wasn't that he was dragging his feet. He came out as soon as he felt something, but how could his speed be compared to these great cultivators? These people had the space escape technique. Even if they were able to dodge, his little electric donkey still had to step on the accelerator a few times. Since everyone was here, he didn't waste any time. With Bai Mai as the leader, 18 people broke through the sky and left a trail of light. Of course, 17 of them were moving on their own, and one of them was wrapped in it and couldn't move freely. These people were too strong and couldn't walk through the crack. Moreover, on such a short journey, the shortcut provided by the crack wasn't as fast as their own speed. In a moment, the group had arrived at the 10,000 Buddha continent. 2 Buddhas were already waiting in the sky to receive them. When they stopped, they were already in a magnificent forest of pagodas. This was the most famous sacred place in the 10,000 Buddha continent, the 10,000 Buddha Pagoda Forest. This wasn't the usual place for the Yulan Buddhist assembly. The previous assemblies were usually held in the front temple of the 10,000 Buddha temple. The 10,000 Buddha Pagoda Forest was a more private place in the temple. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter. This time, there was a precedent. In the Wanfo temple, after every eminent monk passed away, a tall pagoda would be built in the temple as a memorial. The pagoda recorded their life stories and achievements in Buddhism. Inside the pagoda, there were objects that had nothing to do with cultivation. This did not include Shaili. There was another place for Shaili, and not every eminent monk would leave this thing behind. The 10,000 Buddha Pagoda Forest was more like a spiritual place to commemorate the high monks of the past. After hundreds of thousands of years, there were as many high monks as there were pagodas. Roughly speaking, there were over 10,000 pagodas. It was a magnificent sight. There was a special area for Daoist guests. There were hundreds of tall towers in the area, and each tower was supported by a canopy. It could be understood as a praying mat with a diameter of 1,000 feet. Taoists from different sects would wait quietly on their assigned praying mats. Of course, White Brows was long gone. People like them had their own places to meet, and they spoke in a language that others could not understand. Large-scale gatherings of cultivators generally wouldn't provide exotic delicacies, fruits, and beverages. This was especially true for Buddhist sects. As long as Buddha was present in one's heart, one wouldn't have any wild thoughts. This saved a lot of trouble. There was no need for clam immortals to serve tea and water. There was also no need for strong men to run around and pick up wine and plates. High-end cultivation gatherings would not pay attention to this. They would take the purest form of cultivation and focus on cultivation. This was a true Buddhist gathering and Dharma gathering. It was not the kind of gathering of the 3,000 unorthodox sects in the domain. This was especially true for some sword range gatherings. Xiaoyao Yu was also given a canopy. In terms of position, it was close to the main canopy. This was the treatment of the 9 great upper sects. White Brows was nowhere to be found. The other 4 perfected lords and Yuanying sat quietly. Only Lu Xiaoyi could not sit still. There was a fire under his butt. If he wanted to walk around, he would need to ask for leave, right? In theory, he should look for the leader of the perfected lords. However, White Brows was not around, and he did not know anyone else. Moreover, with the Yuanying in charge, it was not appropriate to look for the perfected lords directly. This was also part of the politics of cultivation sects. In fact, he did not know any of the Yuanying perfected ones. He could only look for the one closest to him. Uncle Master, In Buddhism, everything is unknown. I am willing to go and find out what is going on, just in case. The perfected one did not even open his eyes. Good. You are responsible. Go and listen to what those young spirit cultivators are plotting. Come back and report to me. Lu Xiaoyi was very embarrassed. Uncle Master, your requirements are a little high. The perfected one was very impatient. You can't sit still and want to look around. That's not a problem. But don't make up some inexplicable reasons. This is Buddhism, not the enemy's formation. I'm afraid that you will cause a lot of trouble before you find out what your plot is. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and bowed. No, no, no. I'm just going to see a few friends and exchange information. Lu Xiaoyi floated out of the canopy of the carefree wanderer and flew straight to the canopy next to it. The upper sects of Taoism were all gathered together and were very close to each other. However, he could not use his divine senses. Everyone here was an almighty cultivator, so using their divine senses to communicate was meaningless. Outside the canopy of Qingwei Immortal Sect, Lu Xiaoyi gently waved his hand. Slug sat still, but he was extremely embarrassed. When Taoists participated in similar Dharma assemblies or Buddhist gatherings outside, rules were the most important. Especially for Qingwei, who considered herself the leader of Taoism, the disciples of the sect were all well behaved. They could not act recklessly and run around everywhere. However, this thing was not obedient. Right now, he looked like a wild child outside the school who was asking people in class to play truant. He was in a dilemma whether to go or not, but if he did not go, he kept winking here and there. He was sitting on pins and needles. A perfected Lord Qingwei could not stand it anymore and snorted coldly. Go. Are you just standing here pretending to be obedient? Slug felt very wronged. He was himself, and other people were other people. How could they be lumped together? The two of them gathered together. Since they had started to be distracted, of course, they could not let the other two go. Thus, the two of them ran to the canopy of the Primeval Cave and winked together. It did not take them long to squeeze out the cleft lip. When they came down, Morning Robe was smart enough to run out on his own before they could find him. The four of them gathered together, but they did not fly everywhere. They still followed the rules. They just found a canopy with no one nearby and landed. Then, Lu Xiaoyi opened his mouth. Brothers, for the sake of a possible trial, I think we should compare our testimonies. Was he going to establish an alliance? But the others obviously did not buy it. The cleft lip removed himself first. I participated in the incident at the Taipu realm. I was forced. Qing Xian did not let him go. But this does not change the fact that you were the one who gave the order to attack the monks. I am the most wronged one. I was coerced. Slug was disdainful. Coerced my ass. You did it on purpose all along, didn't you? Big Eyes and Little Eyes couldn't dodge the flying sword. You were not involved. You are pretending to be innocent. Are we all blind? The cleft lip exposed him. Slug, you have the nerve to speak loudly. The two of us are only related to the Taipu realm, but you are more than that. You were involved in the Shanglin Valley massacre, right? Although you didn't do anything, I sentence you to be an accomplice in transportation. You were not wronged at all by betting for profit. Slug was furious. What profit did I make? In the whole Shanglin Valley, I lost the most money. The three of them were not clear, but there was one thing they agreed on. There was no need to argue about the mastermind. It was set in stone. Chapter 925. Lu Xiaoyi felt a little strange. His so-called offensive and defensive alliance was mostly a joke. How could the four of them be the scapegoats for anything? It was impossible. Even if the main temple of Thousand Buddha Temple was burned down, with so many Daoist perfected monarchs and perfected masters here, they would definitely be able to protect them. This was a matter of Taoism's reputation. Since the most they would get was a few words of reprimand, why were these guys still here wishing they could wash themselves whiter than carrots? They were all Jindan's cultivators, their mental states were mature, their statuses were not low, and they were all responsible. What were they afraid of? Or perhaps, they felt something. Like him. Because they did not know where the uneasiness came from, they could only start with the most recent possibility. I'm a little uneasy. But I don't know where it came from. Qing Xian was very straightforward, but Lu Xiaoyi knew that this sentence was directed at him, because the two of them shared a secret. He was worried that this uneasiness might have something to do with where they came from. Was it related to the fifth ring? This was what they were most worried about right now. However, Hairlip replied, I feel the same way. But I don't think it's because of what we did in the past. It doesn't make sense. The battle between Taoism and Buddhism in Juzian has never stopped. What's the big deal about killing a few monks? And most of them are from outside the domain. Slug frowned. I also have a premonition. I really shouldn't have sent One Ear over. He's a troublemaker. Whoever gets involved will be unlucky. Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. If only the two of them had a premonition, then the possibility of it being related to the fifth ring was very high. But if all four of them had a premonition, then it couldn't possibly be related to the fifth ring. Lu Xiaoyi spoke, I feel that you guys are scaring yourselves. In any case, we have some friendship, but when something happens, fine, it's all made of paper. Think about it, why did the Daoist sect send so many perfected monarchs here? Is it really because of our trivial matter? Why did they come to Thousand Buddha continent? Is there any other possibility other than the Yulan Buddhist assembly? Look at how many people from Bitter Zen Temple came. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had turned out in full force, right? Just to deal with the four of us Jindan? I'm guessing that it might be related to the Juzian upper realm. There was such a huge change. Our problem is just a small problem that can be solved conveniently. Getting to the point, Hairlip guessed, I reckon that the changes are related to Buddhism. The Yulon Buddhist assembly is just a coincidence. Slug also said, many great cultivators also seem to have some sort of premonition. This is not a small matter. I agree with One Ear. If everyone has an ominous feeling, then it can only be related to Juzian. Qing Xian, on the other hand, was enjoying the show. In fact, she also had the intention to take the initiative to divert the topic so that she could test the views of the people of Juzian towards the outer region. It's a pity that we can't get in touch with cultivators from other realms. If people from other realms also have a premonition, could it be a big deal for the cultivation world of the entire universe? Hairlip shook his head, impossible. As far as the intuition of a cultivator is concerned, the cultivators from other realms are different from us in Juzian. This is because the fate clouds in their minds have yet to appear, so their premonition ability is somewhat lacking. The few of them guessed back and forth, but they could not figure out the reason. This was very strange for a cultivator. They could not get in touch with cultivators of a higher level, nor could they join the real core. In their opinion, the judgment of those great cultivators of yang spirit was closer to the truth, right? The Yulon Buddhist assembly this time could be said to be the grandest one in tens of thousands of years. Almost all the members of the two Buddhist sects were present, not only those who were in the region, but also those who hurried back. Although the 1,000 Buddhas still made many preparations for the assembly in an orderly manner and did their best, there was an uneasy atmosphere in the air. Cultivators with keen senses could feel it. After the small gathering, everyone returned to the canopy of their respective sects. To them, the only thing that gave them peace of mind was that even if the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. There were quite a number of tall people here. The tallest ones were the Buddhas, and the second tallest ones were the Yuanying Bodhisattvas. As for them, Jindan Arhats, it was not their turn to shoulder the responsibility. They just had to listen to the tune. Because it was on the dot, it arrived at noon and opened at dusk. This was the custom of the Buddhist sects. Whenever there was a great Buddha event, the time would start at dusk. In terms of the ritual, the Buddhist assembly was more complicated and detailed than the Daoist assembly. Not only were there thousands of bhikkhus chanting sutras, there were also hundreds of arhats chanting Sanskrit chants. The atmosphere was extremely good, and the entire 10,000 Buddhas pagoda was a real Buddhist world. Not only that, But all the mortal believers of the entire 10,000 Buddhas continent were also organized on this day to participate in the Yulon Buddhist assembly held in various places. Hundreds of millions of people were chanting at the same time. Under the convergence of their faith, the Taoists felt suffocated, as if the spiritual vigor around them had been stripped away. Of course, only the four little Jindan felt this way. The enlightened masters and true sovereigns did not care. In Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, all the solemnity was just a facade. The Buddhist chanting was ethereal, and in his ears, it was just noise. The bliss in the hearts of the monks was his extreme annoyance. There was no other way, this was the personality of a swordsman. Perhaps when he reached Yuanying, he would be able to comprehend by analogy, but right now, he could only be a cow chewing on peonies. Under such solemnity, of course, he could not be presumptuous. This was respect for the orthodoxy. Since he was here, he could not act according to his temperament. He had to follow the lead of the host. He was very distressed, he did not know how long this atmosphere would torture him. He definitely could not listen to the Buddhist scriptures. He could close his eyes and not look at the ceremony in front of him, but he could not stop the sound from drilling into his ears. That was the power of the faith of hundreds of millions of people. How could he, a mere Jindan, be able to completely block it out? There was no other way, he could only put his mind on the most troublesome problem, the problem of whether Jindan could accept it or not. Under such a complicated environment, trying to break through Jindan's barrier was the only thing he could do. He silently operated the stars, and spiritual vigor entered his dantian in a single line. It was like a full pool of water, unable to hold a single extra drop. But in reality, Jindan's pool was not full. This phenomenon was a disaster for Jindan. No one could accurately say how long it would take to break this strange cycle. Could it be done? Even if it was done, the time wasted would be enough to cause the cultivator to forever be stuck in the Yuanying realm. As for how he ended up in this situation, after a long period of contemplation, he had a slight understanding. It was because of that memory regression. When memories were forcefully changed, there would definitely be consequences. He did not notice it at that time, it was because he was not knowledgeable enough, and his vision was limited. There must have been something in the unseen world that affected his Jindan's perception during that 1 year of memory regression. Thus, it created the current illusion. He thought that this was a good experience, he could reminisce about the past, and he could hold hands with a beauty. But there was nothing that did not come with a price. Perhaps it was that Yuanying's last resort that caused him to fall into a situation that he could not extricate himself from. He spun around in place, but time flew by quickly. Chapter 926. Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to use all the mana in his body to resist it. Xiaoyaro Zhenren wanted to help him but was rejected. This was not Buddhism's intention but the process of such a grand ceremony. This was also the reason why the Taoists did not bring Jindan disciples to the Yulon Buddhist conference. If one's state of mind was not strong enough, it would be easy to get lost in the Buddha's voice. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to resist it himself. In his heart, he also wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to see if he could break the virtual image of Jindan. Who knows? He had to give it a try. If it was another time, there would not be so many eminent monks to create such a powerful and harmless Buddha's pressure for him. Although the 4 gold core cultivators lived in different canopies, they made the same choice. They didn't accept the protection of their elders, but chose to resist on their own. This was also the reason why they were able to reach this step. Qing Xian was using this opportunity to sharpen his yin-yang state. Rabbit Lip was using this pressure to force a trace of spiritual vigor into his Jindan. Slug was practicing a secret technique to resist the Buddha's pressure. He could foresee the countless grievances between himself and Buddhism in the future because he had recently made a very unreliable friend. Since he could not block his friend, he could only strengthen his resistance to attack. What Lu Xiaoyi was doing was essentially the same as what Rabbit Lip was doing. The difference was that Rabbit Lip could still inject spiritual vigor into his dantian, but Lu Xiaoyi could only inject spiritual vigor. He still did not give up because he had to resist the Buddha's pressure. His entire body's momentum was driven by the Xingqian technique, and his mana was concentrated in his body, which consumed a lot of his energy. He did not have to worry too much about the problem of consumption because he had dozens of Daoist Junren and hundreds of Daoist Junren around him. While his Dantian was madly outputting spiritual vigor to resist the Buddha's pressure, he was desperately replenishing it with spiritual vigor. In this dynamic balance, he was trying to break the void barrier. This was a bit like using brute force to break through the barrier. To be honest, it was written in the ancient records of cultivation that it was the stupidest method. The success rate was almost zero. But he really did not have any better method now. He could not find the opportunity at all. Could it be that he could find another opportunity to rewind his memory? Don't let the void barrier be broken and the pool become smaller. The law is equal. There is no superior or inferior. With no self, no person, no sentient beings, and no longevity, if one cultivates all the good Dharma, one will attain the Avatara Samkhya 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 Samkhya. Regarding all Dharma, one should know, see, and understand without giving birth to Dharma. All Dharma is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, or a shadow, like dew or lightning. One should observe it as it is. The speaker has nothing to say, he is a speaker. On the stage, there was an eminent monk giving a speech. The great Buddha, whose realm was equivalent to Yang Spirit, was giving a speech that Lu Xiaoyi had never heard before. Even if he didn't understand it, he could understand something from the expression, tone, rhythm, atmosphere, and so on. This was what most Taoist cultivators were doing. But Lu Xiaoyi was a Gaol. Now he was gritting his teeth and fighting with the Jindan virtual barrier in his body. Therefore, when others heard it, they were intoxicated, and their faces were full of enjoyment, but Lu Xiaoyi looked ferocious and gritted his teeth. A meeting of great Buddhas would not change because of his gritting teeth, and the Buddha statues in the temple were not all benevolent. There were also some with angry eyes, some with drooping eyes, and some with closed eyes. Of course, it didn't matter if he was gritting his teeth. When it came to the subtle and profound, there were flowers falling, golden lotuses growing on the ground, and auspicious light falling from the sky. This was true ability, not relying on the power of Buddha, but only on inspiration. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but resist. The spiritual power in his Dantian had reached the limit that he could do, as if it would explode if there were any more changes, but the void barrier was still unshaken. Everything he was doing now was useless, and he had used his strength in the wrong place. He sighed in his heart, knowing that he shouldn't persist any longer. He had gone the wrong way and hit a wall. He couldn't keep hitting it like this. At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. No, not the world, as if the universe had stopped at this moment. Time stopped flowing, space stopped changing. The flowers became dim, the golden lotuses lost their color, the auspicious light became dim. When the universe became quiet, it was as if a cat had knocked over a porcelain bowl in an empty room, and it fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Something in Lu Xiaoyi's body also broke. This made him ecstatic. The void barrier of his Dantian that had puzzled him for many years was silently broken. Immediately, the spiritual opportunity rushed in, and the thirst in his Dantian that he hadn't felt for many years returned to him. He didn't even know that this was his own efforts that had worked. Or was it the change in the external environment that had helped him a lot? Or was there something else in the dark? At the same time, he suddenly felt that the trace of uneasiness in his intuition had disappeared. He had returned to normal, as if that trace of uneasiness had never appeared. The void barrier of his Dantian was also related to his intuition. The problem was, why did other people also feel uneasiness in his Dantian? No matter what, it was a good thing, a great thing. He even had the impulse to recite a poem. But what happened next made him hold back his urge to recite a poem. A deep Buddhist chant sounded, filled with desolation. The one who made such a deafening sound was the great Buddha who had been sitting on the Zen platform, chanting lotus flowers from his mouth. There was no longer any preaching of sutras, just this word that kept circling. Immediately after, countless Buddhas opened their mouths, also chanting the same word. Then came the Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and thousands of bhikkhus. When all the monks of the Yulon Buddhist assembly chanted the same word, The power of this word was unstoppable. It shook Lu Xiaoyi's eardrums until they were numb, and his good mood from breaking through the void barrier was completely gone. He also didn't have the mood to write poems, and only wanted to open his mouth and curse. Luckily, he still knew where this place was. Something must have happened. All the monks, whether they were bhikkhus or Buddhas, were similarly miserable. From the desolation in their voices, he could tell that their emotions were not feigned. He could empathize with them. What happened? Did Buddha kick the bucket? Between heaven and earth, everything returned to normal, but it felt like something was missing. Not only were the monks mourning, even the Taoists watching the ceremony were frowning. This shouldn't be. As old rivals for hundreds of thousands of years, shouldn't the Taoists be the ones laughing when the monks are unlucky? He really couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart, and found a Taoist who looked gentle and normal, and asked with his divine sense. "Martial uncle, what's going on? What are they doing? That's why they are so distraught." The Taoist sighed. Just now, the Xiantian Dao, merit, shattered. Chapter 927. Lu Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. He wanted to ask again, but the perfected one looked like he could not open his mouth. Lu Xiaoyi could not help but scratch his head anxiously. It was not that he was not shrewd, but this was not a small matter. It was the innate great Tao, the cornerstone of the heavenly Tao. It determined the future of the universe's myriad world. It determined the direction of countless cultivators' Tao. He could not even imagine that there was something bigger than this in the universe. He thought about Juzian, the 5 rings, and the azure sky. It was just a world. It did not affect the foundation of the universe's cultivation world. And the innate great Tao merit fragment did not only affect the human cultivation world. It also affected the half-immortals. It even affected the real immortals. Juzian's upper realm was so sad, and the 5 rings azure sky was the same. Presumably, the immortal world was not much better, right? What the immortals had to face was even more direct. The great Buddha finally stopped his snorting. He continued to speak, but his voice was low and sorrowful. Lost my Tao forever, Lu Xiaoyi could not help but feel fear in his heart. After personally experiencing the collapse of the great Tao, what else was there to care about? Even his small matter was not worth mentioning in front of the collapse of the great Tao. He did not ask for leave, but went to the empty canopy again. This time, he did not need to contact them. The 4 Jin Dan jumped over, and no one cared about their rudeness. The 4 of them gathered and looked at each other. They had all made their guesses before this, but no matter how they guessed, Juzian was not the one who made the biggest guess. But they did not expect that when the mystery was revealed, it would be such an unbelievable result. In front of this result, no one cared about their trivial matters anymore. Because this meant change. A subversive change. Many things that you thought were important were no longer important. What you thought was insignificant was becoming a reality. This is great. Will we be the last generation of cultivators? Slug was disappointed. Rabbit Lip was still calm. 10,000 years ago, morality collapse. The history of the sect recorded that this was the result of personal choice. 800 years ago, fate collapse. The elders said that this was just a coincidence. Now, merit collapse. Who dares to say that this is a coincidence? Rabbit Lip said each word with a ferocious expression. This is not a coincidence. This is a trend. I dare say that as the collapse of the Grand Tao progresses, this time will become faster and faster. In another few hundred years, as long as we can endure until we reach the Yuanying stage, we will definitely see the next innate Tao crumbling, one after another. How long could the 36 innate Taos last? Thousands of years. In any case, it won't last 10,000 years. Qing Xian was also somewhat absent-minded. This is a new era. 125,000 years in an era. How many are we now? 36. It was the number of Heavenly Dipper. Who would have thought that it would really come? Will the universe enter the age of chaos? Among the 36 innate Taos, the first one to crumble was Tao of morals. This was an innate Tao that was more inclined towards Taoism. Taoists were more used to talking about morality every day, but Buddhists rarely did so. They had merit and virtue to replace it. Destiny, on the other hand, was a relatively neutral innate Tao. Both Taoism and Buddhism were talking about it and placing great importance on it. As for merit, it was more inclined towards Buddhism. Very few people mentioned it in Taoism. In other words, 3 innate Taos had crumbled in the past 10,000 years. Both Taoism and Buddhism had reached a tie. This also meant that there was no such thing as Taoism and Buddhism disappearing, or Buddhism and Tao disappearing. The problem now was that everyone was finished. What did the crumbling of the innate Tao mean? It might not matter if one crumbled, as it would not affect the overall situation, but if it formed a trend and became a domino, this was the change of era that Qing Xian mentioned. In the mortal world, there would be a change of dynasties. The emperor and the ministers in power would change, and all the old order and structure would be shattered and restarted. It was the same in the cultivation world. It could be as small as a sect, a continent, a realm, or a universe. It could be as big as the entire universe being overturned and restarted. It did not matter if it was Qi refinement stage ants or gods and Buddhas. When the universe crumbled, there would be no distinction between high and low, and everyone would be treated equally. With regards to this, Lu Xiaoyi could not be compared to the other 3 who came from orthodox Taoism because he was born in Taoism. They had been influenced by what they saw and heard in their hundreds of years of cultivation. They had rich ancient books and had elders who were passionate about Taoism. They could always hear things that he did not know. As for the change of era, Lu Xiaoyi had only occasionally glanced through the storehouse after he came to the upper realm of Juxian. According to the ancient books, the author himself was not clear about it. The change of era was divided into small eras, asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was no need to talk about asterisk asterisk asterisk. The entire universe crumbled and returned to chaos. All life would disappear, and so would cultivation. Then, a new world would be created. If this was really the change of asterisk asterisk asterisk, then one should eat and drink as one should, and marry as one should. Anyway, there was not much time left. Let's just enjoy this life. There was not even reincarnation. There was still fun in the small eras. The cultivation world was still around. It was just that the 36 innate Taos would have to be fought over again. This meant that there would be a long period of chaos in the cultivation world. As for how the celestials would change in this change, would they fall? How would the 4 graces evolve? Would they be annihilated? How would the cultivator's state change? Would they be able to maintain it? Then they would be completely confused. They could only hope that there would be a way when the time came. After all, no one had experienced it before. The last time this happened was 36 eras ago, which was over 4 million years ago. Who could live for so long? Perhaps they could only find it in the immortal court. There would not be many of them. All these speculations were based on the trend. What if this domino broke in one of the links? What would happen then? There were countless possibilities. There were countless inferences, but there was one point. The heavenly Tao was definitely not complete. The cultivation world would only become more and more chaotic. But cultivators would never think about problems like this. 1 or 2 times was a coincidence, but if it happened 3 times, it would definitely be inevitable. If there were still people who thought that everything would continue as before, they would be deceiving themselves and others. But there would always be people who wanted to comfort themselves. Slug's face was full of hope. Maybe, there will be people who will merge with the innate Taos. Will it return to the past? Qing Xian shook his head. Morality has collapsed for more than 10,000 years. Who has heard of someone merging with morality? This is collapse, not emptiness. If it was different, it would never be the same again. It will only be possible after another era. Slug wanted to find other reasons, but there was nothing he could do. Thus, he looked at Lu Xiaoyi. Aren't you usually very talkative? Why are you pretending to be mute when it comes to such a crucial matter? Lu Xiaoyi was very humble. The sword vein doesn't know much about this. It can't be compared to the 3 orthodox Taoists. It has a long history. I'm just listening. How would I dare to express my opinion? Slug shouted, T. You don't know much about the sword vein, but you dare to do it. Did you know that the first person to collapse the innate Taos was you swordsman? At that time, I thought it was just a personal choice, an unconscious coincidence. But now, I feel that the swordsman did it on purpose. It was you swordsman who pushed down the first domino. And you're still pretending to be innocent. What kind of person are you? You're already dead, and you're still leaving behind such a huge hole for the future generations. Hairlip said faintly, he might not really be dead, right? Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely hide somewhere and secretly watch. Slug felt a chill. Watch what? Qing Xian gritted his teeth. Watch the universe change. Watch the world change. Watch the great Tao shuffle. Watch the immortal court change. Then, when the era restarts, we'll make a comeback. Chapter 928. P.S. Happy New Year. Wish you all the best. Also, I'm looking for guaranteed monthly votes and subscriptions. Whether he would eat meat or grass in 2021, it would all depend on his friend's help. Please. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. I didn't push them. What's the use of shouting at me? But if it were me, I would push them too. Seeing the three of them looking at him fiercely, Lu Xiaoyi knew that he couldn't anger them, so he smiled mysteriously. You should thank the sword vein. Thank the swordsman. You have to treat me to a meal because the sword vein gave you a chance. Seeing that the three of them were puzzled, Lu Xiaoyi lowered his voice. If the worst-case scenario really happens, like what Hairlip said, the Carnate Great Taos will collapse one by one and change the era. According to this trend, the time will be shorter and shorter. How long will it take for the 36 Carnate Great Taos to collapse? Qing Xian thought for a moment. More than 5,000 years, within 10 to 20,000 years. Everyone nodded and agreed with this judgment. After all, the Carnate Great Taos were extraordinary. It was impossible for them to collapse today and tomorrow. There had to be a gradual process. Lu Xiaoyi said softly, so, those perfected lords and half-immortals now won't live that long, and during this period, they won't be able to merge those collapsed Carnate Great Taos. We are different. In a few hundred years, we will become nascent souls. In 1,000 years, we will become sovereigns. The normal time to reach young spirit is 5,000 years. Considering the half-immortal stage, if everything goes smoothly, we will be at the peak of Tao unification in 10,000 years. As long as we are in the right place, even pigs can fly. In front of us, there are 36 Carnate Great Taos waiting for us. What a good opportunity. Merge one, throw one away, hide one. Hey, as long as we can keep going. Tell me, didn't my sword ancestor create the best opportunity for you? Shouldn't you be grateful? Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Shouldn't you respect me as your boss? Without that push, you guys wouldn't have been able to fart together. Lu Xiaoyi painted an extremely big picture. Everyone knew that it might be a dream, but everyone was still unconsciously attracted by this dream. As a cultivator, who wouldn't want to? Even someone as experienced as a Hairlip, as straightforward as a slug, and as quiet as Qing Xian could not help but be attracted by this dream. Even though they knew that it might be illusory, they still could not help but think and yearn for it. Cultivators. That sword ancestor is really too evil. I'm almost certain that he did it on purpose. Qing Xian almost spilled the beans. Even though he was calm and experienced, he still couldn't control his mind in the face of such a drastic change. Hairlip nodded. That's right. People like him who controlled the changing process of the epoch would definitely be treated differently from the great Tao that collapsed later on. Who knows, they might have a backup plan after the change of era. That's too bad. Lu Xiaoyi coughed lightly. I've never seen people like you. Not only did he take advantage of her, he even dared to speak ill of her. You call that bad? That's called the tide of the times, okay? Cut the crap. These are all too far away from us. What's more important now is the impact of the collapse of the great Tao on the cultivation world. More specifically, what would happen in the Juzian upper realm? Would there be a cultivation war? Would there be strong enemies from the outside? The rules of the heavenly Tao are supported by the 36 carnate great Taos. A house has 36 pillars. It doesn't matter if a few of them fall, but if too many of them fall, there would definitely be an impact. From the room leaking air and rain to partial collapse, and finally to the ruins, how big of an impact would this have on us? Regarding this, Harelip had a different opinion. I understand the behavior of the cultivation world in the Juzian upper realm very well. Forgive me for being blunt, but at least for a few hundred years, before the news spreads completely, the overall situation in the cultivation world will not worsen. On the contrary, it will be better. This is because Taoists and Buddhists will no longer spend their energy on fighting each other. They will focus their energy on how to control the 3,000 unorthodox doors. The major powers will definitely not panic. All of this is just our speculation. There are countless possibilities. If Juzian collapses due to internal strife before the epoch change comes, that would be the real joke. Therefore, there will definitely be strong control. You have to be careful. You can't act like you did in the upper forest in your shaking shadow. It was rare for this guy to be so considerate of him. Could it be that he had been fed a pie in the sky? Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, after strong control, it might mean a collapse. Harelip snorted. Maybe, who knows? But the most important thing now is to stabilize. Then, we need to see the reactions of various parties. Hasty responses to news from the Immortal Court and the half-immortals are the worse. We need to wait for news from above. Above them, there was only the Immortal Court. For a large realm like Juzian, there was no lack of backers above them. Slug pondered and said, Harelip is right. For the time being, Juzian's danger will come from other realms. In the surroundings of Juzian, there are too many realms that harbor rebellious intentions. Usually, we don't dare to touch them. But now, if we don't, we may never have the chance. How big of an impact will the collapse of the Great Path of Merit have on Buddhism? Lu Xiaoyi asked a very realistic question. Very big. Very big. Harelip was very sure. Among the 36 innate great Taos, most of them are suitable for Taoism. The East is not bright, the West is bright. Just like the collapse of moral destiny, the impact on Taoism's inheritance is very limited. It's only a certain branch that will be affected, it won't shake the foundation. But to Buddhists, merit is the foundation. Slug didn't quite agree. Buddhism isn't that simple. Senior brother, you can't underestimate them. Merit is just a trick they use to fool mortals. In fact, they rarely use it in battle. Fortune, saint virtue, nether virtue, nirvana, creation, nirvana, strength, cause and effect, reincarnation. Do you dare to say that Buddhism is weaker than Taoism? The loss of merit is just the elimination of a great weapon for Buddhism to spread in the mortal world. The impact on the foundation will take a long time to ferment before it shows up. Qing Xian said faintly, this also means that if Buddhism has any plans, they don't have much time. When the foundation is gone, they won't have any successors. What can they use to make a comeback? Harelip and Slug nodded. Her words were clear. However, when it reached Lu Xiaoyi's ears, it was a different matter. He knew that Qing Xian was talking about the infiltration of the fate of Juzian's upper realm into the Five Rings sky. After years of observation, they had already preliminarily determined that this shouldn't be the overall strategy of Juzian's upper realm, Taoism and Buddhism. At least for Taoism, they weren't deeply involved. The real driving force behind the scenes should be Buddhism. Of course, this was just a speculation. There were too many specific things that needed to be investigated, and they needed to reach a higher level. Initially, it was still in the plan, but now they realized that they were running out of time. With the collapse of merit, how much time was left for Buddhism to prepare? How much time was left for them? Chapter 929. P.S. Life is tough, piracy is rampant. The author's life is also tough. His hair is all gone, and he can't even afford a wig. He can't even go out to meet people. Please subscribe to the original Chidyen. To you, it's just some money for breakfast, but to old Zhuo, it's timely help. No matter how persistent the great Buddha was, it would be difficult to continue the Buddhist conference if the people's hearts were scattered. You couldn't unite a group of disordered cultivators, just like how you could face a group of hesitant scholars when the imperial examination system was terminated. The news was strictly prohibited from leaking out. But in fact, Yuanying and Zhenjuan could sense it with their own senses, not to mention thousands of monks. The object of the prohibition was only targeted at the 3,000 unorthodox groups, but considering that there were also Zhenjuan and Zhenjuan in the unorthodox groups, only God knew how effective such a prohibition would be. The relationships in the world of cultivation were as dense as a web, with their own channels. Unless there were some deeply hidden secrets, things like the collapse of Tao could not be hidden from people. The ceremony was still going on, but it was completely a formality. The Zhenjuan and Buddhas were very busy. They were busy with meetings, collecting information from the higher-ups, and making judgments. Their premonitions before the incident were much more accurate than Jin Dan's. They knew that the change was likely related to Buddhism, so they came in large numbers. But in the end, they waited for such a result. Yuanying and Bodhisattvas were also very busy. They had all kinds of guesses, asking about the higher-ups, and suppressing the lower-ups, to prevent some false and provocative news from spreading. Especially the Bodhisattvas who enlightened the large group of Luohan and Bhikkhu. One of the principles was that they could not be chaotic. Relatively speaking, there were only a few Daoist golden core cultivators, and they were all the best among the golden core cultivators. Their self-control was very strong, so the elders only told them not to believe in rumors. As for the rest, they were left to their own devices and were too lazy to care. The most important thing for the future of this world was to take care of oneself. The people's hearts were scattered. The 4 hairy people were still gathered on the empty canopy, chatting and farting. No one cared about their problems anymore. Now, everyone was facing a new, common, and bigger problem. Rabbit Lip was proud, I said it, right? But only one day passed, and the higher-ups passed down 2 conclusions. Firstly, the collapse of merit was just a coincidence. A half-immortal expert was in the process of fusing the Tao. Secondly, the Immortal Court has decreed that even if the worst-case scenario happens, it will only be a change of a minor epoch at best. The world of cultivators will not be greatly affected. Let's settle down. They all understood that these 2 were pure nonsense. None of them could be trusted. Their only purpose was to control the agitated emotions of the cultivators below. Especially the first one. After the collapse of morality, there had been half-immortal experts trying to fuse with the Tao. What was the result? Even after tens of thousands of years, nothing came out of it. Such was fate. Even after 800 years, no one had ever succeeded. Why was it so fast when it came to merit? As for the second one, it was still ambiguous. It could be the reincarnation of a small era, or it could also be the cycle of reincarnation. It could only be said that the probability of a small era was much higher. Even the universe could not withstand the torment of multiple cycles of reincarnation. Everything had a habit, or else it would become a habitual flow, and every few million years, humans would have to start all over again. Maybe in the future, it won't be humans who rule the cultivation world anymore. It could also be a bug. The slug began to indulge in its imagination. Rabbit Lip was displeased. Can you stop talking nonsense like that? You are spreading rumors. If you are caught, your cultivation will be crippled. How can you say such nonsense at this time? Everyone is in a panic. If you dare to say it, there will be people who dare to believe it and spread it. The slug twitched his mouth. Aren't I just saying it among the few of us? Who would say such things outside? Besides, if this is considered spreading rumors, then what's the point of saying it with one ear? He is basically encouraging people to rebel. Directly beheading him. Qing Xian said seriously, in the next few days, there will definitely be other news. Without a doubt, it will be news to control the situation. This is the correct way of cultivation. We just need to support it. Before this incident, The battle in the cultivation world is only a battle of orthodoxies. The battle of Taoism and Buddhism, the battle of orthodox Taoism, and the battle of domains. But once the Tao collapses, we will have to face a more realistic battle of the era. Rabbit Lip nodded. He was a little similar to Qing Xian. They were both scheming. Morn Clothes is right. The battle of the era. Looking at the time window, starting from our generation, we will be able to join in the fight for the Xiantian Dao. The great cultivators above don't have enough lifespan and won't be able to last until that day. Only we are in the most advantageous position. Yes, including the next few generations of foundation establishment. In the cultivation world, no matter how strong an individual is, they will not be able to deal with such a chaotic situation. Therefore, I suggest that we strengthen our cooperation. In the end, it is still too far away for us to fight for the Tao. What we need to do now is to support each other and live on. Their backgrounds were the same. They all had standard Tao meridians. Originally, they were also related, but they were not close. But in the current situation, it was important to have their own friends outside the sect and their own strength. The sect was the foundation, but what about a few thousand years later? When they stepped onto the stage of true monarchs, their relationship could decide many things. As for the competition, what about the 36 Xiantian Daos? Was it not enough for 4 people to share? Young people would always have young thoughts. It might seem arrogant now, but who knew what would happen in the future? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. In the universe, at the level of Yuanying and above, the competition in the future will be very cruel. I'm afraid that we will never be able to return to the previous polite and peaceful situation. What we can see, they will definitely see even further. Who would be willing to withdraw from the battle of the Tao? The 4 sighed. The sudden change had disrupted everyone's cultivation arrangement. Everyone was faced with a new choice. Even the direction of their own Tao teachings. What about the direction of Tao teachings? The collapse of the Tao will definitely affect a cultivator's ability in the Tao realm. 10,000 years ago, morality was not there, and there was no one who cultivated morality in the cultivation world of the universe. 800 years ago, fate was not there, and divination disappeared overnight. Now, merit is not there. Although the ones who are anxious are the monks, and it has nothing to do with us Taoists, who knows who will be the next to collapse? What if after painstakingly cultivating for hundreds of years, just as we are about to succeed, our Tao is gone? Wouldn't you feel wronged? Snot sighed. What he said was actually the most realistic problem in the cultivation process for cultivators. It was also a problem that they were about to face. Previously, when choosing the Tao realm, they only needed to follow their heart and let nature take its course. Now, they had to consider whether this thing would still be there after a few years. The key was, what order was there to speak of? Not to mention them, the small Jin Dan, even the immortals of the immortal court would find it difficult to guess which Xiantian Dao would collapse next. Which sect has the approximate order of the last era? Lu Xiaoyi asked a stupid question. Snot was disdainful. Please, can you grow some brains? The last era was more than 4 million years ago. Not to mention the 9 upper sects, even the existence of the Juxian upper realm is a problem. Where can we find the ancient books? Chapter 930. Rabbit Lip pondered and said, "Yesterday, I overheard some of the elders in the sect talking. It's more reliable than me blindly guessing. I reckon that after we go back, every upper sect will categorize the things related to the Tao realm in the sect and arrange the possible order to guide their disciples' cultivation. They will try their best to avoid stepping on landmines too quickly. According to the elders, although they can't be sure which will collapse next, there are too many choices. However, they can roughly guess which ones will collapse in the end. For example, time, space, 5 elements, yin and yang, creation, chaos, strength, and cause and effect. These innate Taos should be the last ones to collapse. I think it makes sense." The few of them nodded in agreement. The innate Taos mentioned by Rabbit Lip were the cornerstones of the human cultivation world. It was hard to imagine what a cultivation world with chaotic time and space would be like. All the escape techniques and spells of major cultivators would be affected because there were no standard. Similarly, the 5 elements and yin and yang were equally important because they were the cornerstones of nature. Without the 5 elements and yin and yang, how would plants grow? How would heaven and earth change? For Taoists, once the 5 elements were scattered, 90% of the spells would be affected and become unstable. If the new era begins, I'm afraid these will be the first to converge. Qing Xian added. The few of them were having a heated discussion. Only Lu Xiaoyi was smiling foolishly at the side. Snotty was very unhappy. Why are you smiling foolishly instead of talking? Gloating. That's the characteristic of your sword vein. The messier, the better. Lu Xiaoyi ignored him. This guy looked like defy, but he was actually very stingy. Ever since he lost thousands of spiritual stones in Upper Forest Valley, he had been giving him a hard time. Was there a need for this? I'm thinking about the story of groundless fears. Look at all of you. Those who know are the 4 Jindan chatting here. Those who don't know would think that it's the 4 graces who are giving pointers to the universe. The 3 of them glared at each other. Lu Xiaoyi leisurely said, "What's the point of thinking so much? The direction of the Tao realm should be the direction of the Tao realm. Even if you want to cultivate moral destiny, there's no problem. Isn't it just the dispersal of the Tao? Don't forget that we are the ones who will converge the Tao in the future. You only want to avoid these great Taos now, but when you really reach that juncture, what are you going to do? It is precisely because they are scattered that we have the opportunity to work hard and reunite the Tao." Of course, he had to face the challenge head-on, and not retreat. If you want to spend the rest of your life in Yuanying True Monarch, then of course you have to stay as far away as possible. If you are still ambitious, then there is no need to hide. I'll do whatever I want. The 3 of them stared blankly for a moment. Then they all stood up and bowed to Lu Xiaoyi. This was a true cultivator. It was also the great path. Slug gave him a thumbs up. I've known you for so long, and you've finally said something reasonable. Among the 4 of them, Rabbit Lip and Slug often went back to listen to the elders' latest judgments. When only Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian were left, they looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It seems like what we're doing is meaningless. In the context of the collapse of the Great Tao, the Battle of Realms is nothing. Qing Xian was somewhat disheartened. They had endured here for more than 100 years, but they didn't expect to wait for such an outcome. My opinion is the exact opposite. It's because of the collapse of the Great Tao that the monsters have no scruples. That's why they are determined to take the risk. Chaos has arrived in the cultivation world. Those who have grievances will seek revenge, and those who have grievances will seek redress. Those who are ambitious will naturally give it a try. Those who were hesitant will not hesitate now. Because the rules are also collapsing. At a higher level, the restrictions that have restrained the great cultivators for millions of years are loosening. Just like in the mortal world, before the new regime is established, it is the most turbulent and dangerous era. We don't have much time left. Qing Xian quickly regained his calm. This was not the state he should be in. What surprised him was that whether it was the possible conspiracy of Buddhism or the collapse of the Great Tao, this swordsman maintained a shocking indifference. Could this be the tradition of the sword vein? After all, the disaster was most likely instigated by their sword ancestor. When I go back, I'll start trying to reach the upper realm. Jindan's position is too awkward. It's difficult for them to come into contact with the real truth. Moreover, I reckon that under the premise of the collapse of the Great Tao, they may not be so tight-lipped about other secret. With your cultivation, don't cause too much trouble. I don't want to shoulder all the burdens alone in the future. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. No rush, take it slow. Eat as much as you can. I don't have the resolve to save the world. You go up first and do more. I will cheer you from behind. Qing Xian glanced at him. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. This swordsman was right. The upper realm could never be achieved because you needed it. He was a little anxious. This year's Yulon Buddhist Assembly was still meticulously carried out according to the predetermined schedule. Even if it was just for show, they had to show that everything was under control. It wasn't until half a month later that the Taoists began to leave. It seemed that they had reached an agreement with Buddhism on some issues. Lu Xiaoyi was only a little worried about Xia Bingji and Yin Ya's breakthrough. At the juncture of the collapse of the Great Tao, would it affect them? However, this was not something he could help with. He directly returned to Yarrow Ying. He could imagine that the swordsman brothers in Yarrow Ying had a vague understanding of the changes of the Great Tao, and their desire to know the truth. It was just like the students in his previous life who had filled in the college entrance examination. When the results came out, they were told that there were no more than 985,211. Only Lan Xiang was left. This chaotic scene was only alleviated after he returned. In the 10 days in Wanfo continent, he was fortunate enough to listen to the seniors in front of him. In addition, there were 4 Jin Dan to supplement each other. It could be said that he had a rough understanding of the possible effects of the collapse of the Great Tao. This understanding came from the 4 upper sects of Taoism, possibly including the 9 upper sects of the Juzian upper realm. Before there was more information, this should be the most reliable and the most reliable understanding. This helped to calm the restless hearts of the swordsmen. In the end, Lu Xiaoyi concluded, this is a bad thing, but also a good thing. It's a disaster, but also an opportunity. It depends on which aspect you think about it from. To us swordsmen, there is no need to consider the changes of the laws of heaven and earth that we can't grasp. We shouldn't be influenced by these changes. If you can't resolve your doubts after listening to my explanation and still feel anxious, then it only means that you don't have the heart of a swordsman. There must be an effect if there's a cause. I heard that we swordsmen were the ones who pushed down the Great Tao dominoes. In my opinion, this means that our sword vein has the initiative in this change of the Great Tao. We are the participants, not the passive. If we are lucky enough to reunite here after thousands of years, you will know how important today's choice is to you. In this chaotic world, it's time for us to rise. However, you must have the most basic ability to participate. From the looks of it, yuanying is just the beginning. If you can't even do this, then find a place to get married, have children, and live the rest of your life in peace. Chapter 931. The swordsmen of the shaking Shadowland began to chase each other to break through to the next realm. Actually, it wasn't just the shaking shadow swordsmen. The entire Jindan group in the upper realm of Juzian also began to attempt to break through to the next realm. All of a sudden, the price of resources needed to break through to the next realm skyrocketed. Among them, the rare and precious items were even harder to find. Along with this, the price of building one's foundation also began to rise. The logic behind this was that since there was a possibility of a change in the era, then it was inevitable that there would be a change in the spiritual items of heaven and earth. No one would think of increasing, only reducing. Under the push of the merchants, the price rose steadily. Only the merchants continued to accumulate wealth without stopping. Lu Xiaoyi felt that among the 36 innate great Taos, there should be a place for the Tao of commerce. Even if these people didn't have a change in their great Tao, they would still rush towards Jindan, rush towards Jindan, rush towards yuanying, rush towards yuanying. But with this change, they became more anxious psychologically. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Lu Xiaoyi also couldn't tell, but he felt that a certain sense of urgency was necessary. Especially for these swordsmen who took pleasure in the sword every day, they actually had a lot of time to allocate. He himself also began to work hard on the progress of his cultivation. The shocking shattering of the heavens at the Yulan Buddhist conference had shattered his cultivation to the late stage of Jindan. Regrettably, he didn't have time to compose a breakthrough poem, so he wasn't in the mood to do so now. He had already been stuck in the middle stage of the Aurus core realm for many years. Now that he had the complete Big Dipper scripture, as well as the inverse space cultivation method from the constellation Ocean Treasure Mirror, his cultivation progress began to soar at a rapid pace. Misfortune and fortune depended on each other, and fortune and misfortune hid within each other. Luckily, he had broken through the Dan Pool void barrier, which meant that such a barrier wouldn't appear again. This meant that he could boldly increase his cultivation without worrying about any hidden dangers. Whether it was the Big Dipper scripture or the Constellation Ocean treasure mirror, they were all top-notch authentic Daoist teachings in the cultivation world. There was no problem in controlling the rhythm, and he could bravely advance. When Lu Xiaoyi immersed himself in cultivation, it was as if the entire Juzian Upper Realms Jindan was immersed in cultivation as well. No one was stupid. What the four of them could think of in Wanfo back then, the other Jindan could also think of it. For Yuanying and Zhenjuan, the most important problem was how to prolong their lives. Then, he would take a step forward at the right time. For half-immortals, apart from thinking of ways to live longer, if they really couldn't persevere, they would try to fuse with the Tao, fuse with the innate great Tao. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about in the past, but now they were very clear about which great Tao had gaps. Of course, whether or not they could merge was another matter. They had to try before they would be satisfied. To Jin Dan, nothing else mattered. The upper realm was the only thing that mattered. Only by taking a step forward could they truly enter the great tide of changes in the era, and be qualified to pursue their own destiny. In the bounded domain, when the Jindan were no longer passionate about fighting, the entire world became quiet. Just like what Hairlip said, it was actually a rare period of peace after the cultivation world was established in the bounded domain. Everyone became polite and orderly, and there were very few cultivators who traveled outside to play with cats and dogs. The only question was, how long would this peace last? Fifth ring, 3 Pure Palace. A handsome Daoist walked out of the main hall and bowed slightly to the Zhenjuan who came to send him off. Thank you for sending me off, Martial Uncle. The goods have been ordered, and the spirit has been paid. I shall return to the mountain now. Please go back, Martial Uncle. The Daoist smiled slightly. Martial Nephew Guangyaro, take care. When I return, I will send my greetings to the Zhenjuan in the dome. If you have time, the Sword Vein is always welcome to visit the 3 Pure Palace. Seeing that the swordsman turned into sword light and disappeared, Dragon Broker's expression slowly became cold. After a moment of melancholy, he sighed and turned back to the 3 Pure Palace. In the palace, there were several Yuanying immortals standing solemnly. Dragon Broker was reading the files by himself. Several Yuanying immortals stood solemnly for a long time. They couldn't bear it anymore. One of them stepped out, saluted and asked, Martial Uncle, 500 kilograms of Xinjiang Gang essence. And it was already refined. How could it be sold at such a price? The Shenyuan Sword Sect's receiver crystal production on Hassastar was only this much. Are they sure that they can beat us? The 3 Pure Palace and the Sword Vein have been fighting for tens of thousands of years, and they have never been so aggrieved. Xuanyuan's sword is sharp, but are the techniques of the 3 Pure Palace easy to deal with? Dragon Broker put down the file, looked up, and saw that the 5 Yuanying immortals were all angry. He sighed. He needed to explain. After all, they were the main people in charge of managing the conflicts in the realm. You said that the 3 Pure Palace had never been so aggrieved when facing the Sword Vein. You are wrong. In fact, there was a period of time more than 10,000 years ago when the 3 Pure Palace felt even more aggrieved when facing the Shenyuan than now. Do you know why? One of the Yuanying immortals was quick-witted. Martial Uncle, are you talking about the several thousand years when Shenyuan was at the peak of that sword lunatic? Dragon Broker sighed. Yes. In that period, when that sword lunatic attacked, there was no one who could withstand his sword. Young God, half immortal, 5th decay, 2nd severance, there was no one who could block his sharpness. The 3 Pure Palace could not be found, nor could the Supreme One. There was no one in this universe, and there was no one in that universe. The unspeakable lands were also the places where other half-immortals were active. There was no place that he did not dare to cause trouble, yet no one could stop him. He even dared to kill the immortal beasts of the celestial court. In the cultivation world, strength is revered. If a sect or force has such a person who can sweep through the world with his own strength, then he is worthy of respect. If you can't beat him, then you can only cower. What reason is there to talk about? One of the Yuanying immortals said weakly, that was 10,000 years ago. Later, didn't he self-destruct after Tao integration? He is no longer alive, so there is no reason for us to continue to fear him, right? In these 10,000 years, haven't we been on equal footing with Shenyuan again? We have not softened our backs, so why are we suddenly? Dragon Broker sucked in a deep breath. Yes, you are right. Originally, after that sword lunatic obtained innate Tao and Tao, the ancestors of the Three Pure Palace directly passed down a decree from the Immortal Court, warning us not to strangle our relationship with Shenyuan, this sword Vei. At first, we thought that after several tens of thousands of years of struggle, Shenyuan would finally be able to suppress us Three Pure Palace with his own strength. In the end, we did not expect that this person would become world-weary and self-destruct. Since he is no longer alive, it is naturally impossible for us Three Pure Palace to continue to submit. That is why we Three Pure Palace have been able to make a comeback in these 10,000 years. The enlightened masters listened quietly, knowing that their uncle was about to speak of the key point. Dragon Broker changed the topic. You all know about the fragment of virtue a few days ago. As the saying goes, one can be two, but not three. The collapse of three innate Tao in 10,000 years is enough to prove something. I will speak the truth. The possibility of changing epochs is very high. This is also the conclusion of the sect, and you all know it very well. What you all do not know is that since changing epochs could be a trend, then as the initiator, that immortal who was the first to shatter Tao and Tao, his heart is worthy of death. Can you still think that he is merely world-weary? Our five-ring Three Pure Palace has a deep understanding of this person. Regarding his past, not even a single scripture pavilion can contain it. After 10,000 years, countless great cultivators have been studying his path to immortality, and the more they study, the more unfathomable it is, the more terrifying it is. With the fragment of virtue, all the true monarchs unanimously believed that this was the true intention of that sword lunatic. How is it world-weary? He has played us all. He has played the mortal world and the cultivation world. He has also played the immortal world. If this inference is correct, and he is not world-weary, then what is this person's next move? Think about it. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.